I took a stroll downtown.
Thank you for watching the After Files live stream. This is not a professional production. We don't know why anyone watches this thing, but we're glad you do. And now, to kick off the show is everyone's favorite sidekick, the one, the only, Hecklefish.
Get it, pal. Okay, that looks good. Is this on? Do we hear this? Producers are down there. All right, Victoria hears. Gino gives a thumbs up. Jen's waving. I guess we can't do the show like this. Can't connect with the audience through that hat. Hey, it was a pretty good turnout for tonight's episode. About 30,000 or so. I'm surprised. It's not that was not a story I would have done. That was more of a, something for the Wen Files, which is a channel that's coming up probably next year. This is going to be mostly history. But we had a sponsor that wanted a World War II story that was on the list. It was kind of cool and weird, and then the sponsor pulled out. We were too far down the road. We were already pregnant with the story, but at least we ended it with tearing the CIA a fresh one. That's kind of aggressive, and a couple of folks told me, hey, that was pretty intense with the CIA. But the stuff that I mentioned, it's all common knowledge. It's Wikipedia info. It's not like I revealed top secret stuff. We're just not taught about the dark side of intelligence, because, like I mentioned in the video, anytime you see a movie that's about the CIA, it's all approved. And when you look at like a movies like Argo comes to mind, and Zero Dark 30, two movies that are excellent movies. Those are CIA promoted, endorsed. All right, what's going on in the chat? I see Christian Jaros is here, Jaros. Murph could have done a whole World War II deceptions video for sure, like the balloon tanks they used before the invasion of Normandy. That's right. They had staged a whole fake army, and I think it was at the point of Calais where they staged that army to try to get the Nazis thinking that that's where the landing would be, because that's the narrowest point of the channel, so it would be a logical place to launch from. But no, they did not do that. Green Knight's there. Good to see you. Dr. Hey, everybody. There's Kayla. Jennifer Lynn Monroe is there. Jeannie, hi. Small towns here. Monster 1026. Dina Garcia. Hello from Tennessee. Music's Mary, Corpse Guy. So tonight, if you want, and I got the chat up. I'm watching the chat. If you want, we can go over Stephen Greer's disclosure press conference that was on Monday. I don't know if let me know in the chat if you saw that, if you watched that. So you remember his disclosure press conference with 2001 from the National Press Club, where he brought up a bunch of essentially whistleblowers, a couple of whom actually died under mysterious circumstances. Now that you mention it, he did the same thing. New set of whistleblowers with new stories. What was fun about this press conference? I'm just looking at the chat. Steve O says yes, please. R. Rogers, Greg, Stephen Greer, Buff goes yes. What was fun about this press conference was a lot of pictures. Oh, excuse me.
This live stream is a mess. You should be ashamed of yourself. Shame, shame, shame on you.
A lot of pictures. So if we are going to go into it, and it looks like we are, John Flood says Greer is a hack in all caps. I have my problems with Dr. Greer, John, to be honest with you, and I've mentioned it on this show a few times. And my biggest problem comes from money. You know, he charges a lot of money to hang out with him for a few days, and the group tries to communicate telepathically with aliens. And to my knowledge, no one has successfully made psychic contact yet. So that doesn't feel right to me. It feels a little slimy, but, and this has been pointed out to me, someone's kind of defending Dr. Greer, is he charges money like that because he's trying to fund the Disclosure Project, that's a fair point. Because it's a nonprofit. I mean, at the end of this press conference was I don't want to say begging for money, but he was asking for money. And we can get into that later, how much money he needs and what he's going to use the money for, which was very, very interesting. World-changing stuff. Not just world-changing, but if he raises the money that he needs and builds the projects that he wants to build, lives are going to be in danger. But, you know, those are fun projects. Is the door locked? Don't like having my back to the door on a night like this. John Edgeworth wants to go over it. Yeah, we'll go over it. So yeah, a lot of pictures. So as clearly he had a ton of prep time, as witnesses are telling their story, you know, a retired Air Force pilot or another former Marine who, you know, his stick found a UFO in the Indonesian jungle. And spoiler alert, when they got to it, there was a black ops team there. That held them at gunpoint. It was a whole crazy story. So we can get into that. But as these witnesses are telling their stories, there are images. They're showing first kind of sketches of what they're describing, which is cool. And then kind of a color sketch. It almost looks like an AI Mid-Journey designed picture, which is fine. Makes it a little more real. But then there's also technical diagrams of craft. That was really fun. Nettie81, very good. My mom watched with me and she loves World War II content. I'm glad. I do too. That's why tonight made me nervous and was a little frustrating because I don't know how well this video is going to perform. I hope okay, because we had a nice turnout for the premiere. But I suspect it's not going to do great. But what's frustrating is I like that stuff. I like World War II content. I will sit and watch, I watch World War II documentaries for hours. So I love that stuff. I spent hours this week watching the new season 2 of the Prehistoric, the dinosaur show. Did you watch that? Where David Attenborough is narrating it. I just sit and watch hours and hours of dinosaurs. But this channel is trying to keep focused on our mission. Weird stuff, science-y. But the flip side is I'm happy to mix these things in because I really don't want to be the alien channel. I don't want to be the UFO guy. I don't want to. At least once a week, some small podcast will send me an email. Hey, can you come on our podcast? We have 5 subscribers and you can talk for 5 hours about UFOs. No, I'm not doing any of that. I'm not doing any of that. I don't want to be the UFO guy. I don't mind being the weird story guy who talks to a fish. That's fine with me. Denver, a good faith guide. Be the Tesla channel. Hey, look, anytime, like when views are starting to wane, and it happens with YouTube, we have big spikes and then it wanes. like if we have like 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row where views are kind of tapering down, I'll tell Jen, Victoria, Gino, we need a Tesla episode. We gotta go to the well, find a Tesla, find a death ray, 0 point energy, pyramids, anything with Tesla. Because I need it. I gotta get a win, and it works every time. So it feels a little bit like cheating, but I mean, everybody loves a Tesla story. And look, Tesla's connected to the disclosure press conference because it's all about 0 point energy and the quantum vacuum, all that stuff that was a conspiracy theory that they tell us we're conspiracy theorists. All true, all real science. J-Dub, AJ, you're our weird guy who talks to fish. Thanks, Jay. Jennifer, free 0 point energy. That's right. 0 point energy would make everything free, which is why it's not going to happen anytime soon. With all due respect to Dr. Greer, free energy is just that we can't tolerate that. Elon Musk is a reincarnation of Tesla, says Don. No, I wouldn't. I'd say Elon is closer to Edison than Tesla. Elon is Tesla was a science genius who was not very good at business. Elon is a business genius who's okay with sciencey stuff. Where Elon is good is finding talented people and throwing money at them and making businesses, or just finding people who built businesses and buying their businesses, right? Like Tesla Motors existed. He didn't found it. I know he's the founder, but he bought it. Let's be fair. He bought it. There was already Tesla cars. He bought it. But like Edison, those guys building those first Teslas in the garage, they were never going to make a business out of that. You need a guy who knows how to say, all right, here's how we're going to systemize it, processize it, market it, and here's the 5-year vision. And I think you could check my math, but I think last year the second biggest selling car in America was a Tesla. I think. Felipe Diaz, AJ, can you give a shout out to my uncle Jackoff? Jacknoff. Jackanoff. Shout out to Jackanoff. Shout out to Jackanoff. DMS02, what do you think about the Las Vegas UFO encounter? I'm inclined to believe that story, DMS. Have you guys all seen that video? I think we played it last week. But I can bring it up again tonight if you want to see it. Yeah, I think I believe that guy, the kid, but we saw body cam footage from Vegas Metro, and that's pretty compelling. And what I thought was really compelling about the body cam footage is that it was redacted and blurred. And someone with the department said, "Oh, it's policy that we blur out, private property." That's not a thing. That's not a law enforcement cop thing that you blur out private property. That's nonsense. I mean, because in the same news clip, there is police helicopter video of the whole neighborhood, and it's just miles of private property on camera. So that was nonsense. But because of that lie, it makes me kind of believe it. And look, you could tell when the cops got there, I would have loved to heard the dispatch call. I don't think we've heard that. But when the cops got there, you can tell that they were like, "Man, you're lucky it's a slow night because we don't want to." But then after they kind of walked around a little bit, they were talking to neighbors like, "Did you see is this real?" And then by the end of the night, the cops responding said, "Look, if that giant alien comes back, don't call us. You're on your own." So that rang true to me because that's how cops talk. Alex jacking off, LOL. Hey, look, he paid for the super chat for it. So the least I can do is we had to do a shout out to Uncle jacking off.
What?
I don't know what she was doing. I think she might have been watching pimple popper videos or cleaning hooves or something. She's got her hand up. She's waving. She wants to talk, but we've moved. Oh, she's eating, says Victoria. She wants to talk, but we've moved on. Always forward. Team Awesome, where's the fish? He's here. He's here. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Sometimes everything tech for you says Jen is so pretty.
Aw, that's so nice.
Especially with a burrito hanging out of her pretty little face hole.
And before I was looking at YouTube Studio to find out how the baby is doing.
How Victoria, your stomach's growling again.
It's doing 4.
It's doing 4?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
4
not
out
bad.
of 10. No. Not bad at all. And, I thought that I would have a little bit of time to eat before you started calling us up.
You do.
And I was looking at YouTube Studio and I heard a bunch of silence and I was like, I should check over because I bet he's got the camera on me.
That's how you're getting your broadcaster's brain. As an old radio guy, what you don't hear noise when you work in radio. You hear silence. That's what because you're off the air. And
Right.
when I was new in radio, when I had my first when I went from intern to actual paid talent, my first real shift on my own was a weekend shift. That's where they put the new guys. And my first shift, I shut the radio station off. I just shut it off. And not only that, when I found out, my boss called me. I was at the bar. It wasn't even like I was down in the production room, working on commercials for the channel or something. I was at the bar. I was like, all right, we're off the air. See you tomorrow. And I went to the bar, and my PD calls me. He's like, so, are you listening? I'm like, no, I'm not listening. I'm drinking. He's like, you're off the air. I'm like, oh shit. He's like, and we've been off the air since you said goodnight. Oh my God. He says, you know how I know? How do you know? Because you heard it? He says, nope, because the FCC called me. He's like, oh.
Whoa.
Whoops.
We need to go back. No, they sent an engineer and they were able to handle it. But oh my God. So you learn to hear silence, especially after you turn the radio station off and you get fined by the FCC.
Or if you're doing theater and you're backstage and you hear your cue line, but you're nowhere near the wings and you're like,
Cue lines for sure. And you're not near the wings. You're still doing quick change. I'm not ready.
ooh.
But a good actor will give your cue line, see you're not there, and will improv for a little bit and hold it over for you.
That's right.
When you finally land on the stage.
Right.
All right. Well, you go back to stuffing your pretty face hole.
Thanks.
And you too, Jennifer. Jerome Kemmer, what? You don't shut down radio stations? Yeah, you're not supposed to. Because here's what happens when look, I haven't been in radio since terrestrial radio. I guess my last gig might have been 2005. So a long time. Because after 05, I was in satellite. So it was totally different. But terrestrial, at least where I worked, when there's no sound coming through the tower, regulations they have it go dark because the tower puts out a ton of electricity and energy. So if there's no sound, we shut it down. So what had happened was I was scheduling music, whatever, on the computer, and I had just hit a button or something that when the music would hit, music, and I just had it hit to just stop. Now that's a normal thing that you would do because when you're on the air, you have your music, you're watching it, and you have it set to stop because now I'm going to talk. Blah, blah, blah. You listen to Island 94.3, WMJC, Long Island's home of rock and roll, whatever it is, and then you hit start again, and then the music continues. So I had done the stop, but I wasn't talking. I was out the door. I was at the bar. So the music stopped. The tower said, what? And it clicks off. It's an automated thing. And then the FCC gets informed immediately because everything's licensed and it's a whole thing. And that station, we were next to an airport. So there's a whole nother level of problems. But shout out to the great Dan Bender, my program director. Not only gave me another chance, he gave me a promotion. He gave me a promotion, and then I got good ratings, and then I quit and moved to a bigger station. But look, that's what you do. That's what you do in radio. 92 Foxtrot. Shout out to WLIP, 1050 AM, Kenosha Local Radio. Shout out to AM. Probably not going to be a lot of AM much longer. Casey Gates was on KUSC and KCSB. I'm assuming that's that college radio. KUSC. Is that USC radio? Carmen Saradia says, I miss Hecklefish.
Hey, pretty smart for a human.
Is there enough I do for an Andrew Basiago show? Just stopping by. There is probably enough to do a show on him, although I'd rather connect it to other time travelers. But I'd have to be kind of rough on him, debunking wise, because I don't believe his story. But just because I don't believe his story doesn't mean it's not entertaining. It's still a good story. If you don't know Andrew Basiago, hey, hang on, Matt C. Island 94.3, was that in Farmingdale? It was. Our station was at the airport. Matt C. And then after there, I went to WBAB, Long Island's home of rock and roll, with 50 minutes of rock every hour. So you probably know that station as well. Happy Hauser, WKRP in Cincinnati. Yep. That shows before most of your time, but it was a great show. So Andrew Basiago, he's the time traveler who there's the picture of him as a kid at the Gettysburg Address. And he was part of the military force that went to Mars for the Martian battle, along with Laura Eisenhower. So he's one of those guys that, and there's a few, and I think Laura is one of those, that all the stories are connected to them. Like Andrew's he's time travel, Mars, remote viewing, Montauk Project, Philadelphia Experiment is in there. Like all of the, it's like you go through the Y-File stories and just say yes. And he's involved in all those. So that's suspicious to me. Christy Stokely, shout out to the Grease Man. Grease Man. I don't know what ever happened to Grease. Last I heard, he was down in DC. Grease. UHF was a classic. 37 Custom Toys, was he a Montauk guy? He says he was, even though that would have been a little before his time. But he said that's one of the ways he got to Mars. Fizzgig, see, Joe Scott shouldn't be jealous. You guys were professionals before. Joe Scott's not jealous of anything. He's doing fine. Game Ranchers thinks this is the best channel on YouTube. You're wrong about that, but I think we may be in the top 5. Robert has WBA bumper sticker everywhere. Roger and JP they just signed again for another 3 years or so. They got to be doing mornings there 20 years. So I don't know how many Long Islanders they're there, but Roger and JP were great guys, and Roger's one of the reasons I did well at that channel, because he told the program director, "Hey, this guy's talented. Give him more airtime." So I worked overnights there. Peter would like a Mystery Science Theater version of AJ and Hecklefish watching UHF. That would be a great one. That would be a great one. We thought about someone gets the fire hose. Sensei Raven Greaseman fired 20 years ago. Yeah, fired, hired, retired, and fired. So we talked about doing a Mystery Science Theater type of thing because it would be so much fun to do. But the copyright stuff, they won't let you just sit and watch a movie. It would just be copyright hell. Maybe it's something that we can do for Patreon. By the way, Patreon is a great way to support the channel. For as little as $3 a month, check out the Wi-Fi's Patreon page. $3 a month, you get perks like live streams just for you. Before we do the premieres on Thursday nights, we do a live stream for Patreon members. Oh my goodness.
This live stream is so unprofessional. Really, what are you even doing?
So that's a live stream for Patreon members before we go live. And then tomorrow morning, we do another one. Tomorrow morning is usually a little bit longer. And I mean, you see how the chat is crazy, and kind of the only way to get a hold of me is either through luck, because the chat's so fast, or by spending money so I can see your super chat. But for Patreon members, there's 30, 40, 50 of us. Everybody talks. You throw yourself on camera, talk to the whole crew. Gino's there, Victoria, Jen's there. You can talk to all the usual suspects, Hybrid, Johnny Be Good, and everybody. You can roast Rune Lady all you want. So that's your Patreon, $3 a month. I'd appreciate it. Or you could just buy something from the Wi-Fi store, shop@thewifiles.com. Breaky Achy likes says this is the best YouTube channel. Cindy M, do you really know William Shatner? I don't know William Shatner. I'd like to. I'd like to meet Shat. Norwegian Blue yearns for Jen respectfully. Well, Norwegian Blue, I respectfully be careful. You're right on the line, my friend. She has a jealous husband who's usually armed. Virgo 99 sees the TARDIS. I keep dropping out of focus. I hope it comes back. It's because I'm trying to read. Oh, you can see the Wi-Fi's. You see the championship belt back there? William Wallace, what level belt are you as a Kempo practitioner? Pretty high, William. I've ranked in 5 different systems. So I would be like a 6th degree. Former Cincinnati even created our own system. Melanie likes D Glocka. There's just not enough for a whole episode on there, Melanie, because it was never built. And there's only rumors about it. There are no pictures, nothing like that. She's talking about the Nazi bell, the UFO Nazi bell. Curtis, shout out to the Vegas Golden Knights. Hell yes. Ray F, you're welcome. Frank Javi, lots of hecklers in the chat. There are, but Frank, if anyone's being rude, let a mod know, and we will just ban them. we just ban them from the channel. You know, I have a 1 strike rule. Take a quick super chat, and then we can maybe look at some UFO stuff. Quantum Sledgehammers here, 1059. To be read in a dull monotone to help the algorithm. The CIA is my friend. The CIA is my family. The CIA has my best interest at heart. I love the CIA. Ask me about my child and the CIA. Nicely done. Nicely done, Quantum Sledgehammer. Rune Lady's there for $10. An MI6 agent, a CIA agent, and a KGB agent walk into a bar. Redacted.
Ah, comedy.
Stivic is here for $20.
Oh, thank you for stuffing the old tip jar, human.
Hello, Adrian Crew. I just want to let you all know how grateful I am for you in the channel. In these times where everything feels crazy and incredibly unstable, you guys provide me with a lot of happiness. Best wishes. And same to you, Stivic. Very nice comment. Yeah, if there's one takeaway from the UFO disclosure press conference with Dr. Greer, is that it'd be a great way to bring everyone together, you know, because if, let's say he got his wish and we suddenly had access to all the information about the UFOs, then nobody would care what you feel about pride or trans or taxes or Ukraine. No one would care. Be like, you feel whatever you want to feel, but UFOs though, let's talk about that. That's what would happen. That's, you know, we would come together because suddenly there's something way more important than, you know, than bathrooms. Seamus M is there, $20. Can't stick around for long. AF is after files. I thought it was, but please know you are not only appreciated, you and your crew are loved. Oh, do lizard people have a cloaca? I don't know that, but if I find one, I'll turn it upside down and check for you. Kiki JD for $10. Love the show. You never disappoint. Thanks, Kiki. Oh, there's Daniele Carriere. Another inspiration for James Bond was Sir William Stevenson, who's from my current city. There are statues and streets named after him, and a movie starring David Niven as him. I don't think I know that movie, but Danielle is right. James Bond is a composite character from all those people that Fleming knew in his real life. Thank you for that, Danielle. Chris McDaniel's there, $10. Maybe Gertie Hump Day mug will be available one day. That's an interesting idea. I was setting up the live stream, so I didn't see how the commercial went over. I hope that you guys enjoyed it and it was fun. We try to make them fun. That commercial makes me laugh because of the camel sounds, which kind of sounds like Chewbacca with a constipated Chewbacca. You know, and if you go back and watch it, I'm doing like the stupid commercial read, like and click the link, and then you just hear and it totally throws me off, and I just cut, and it makes me laugh when I see that. Buzz Darkin is back. Amazing true story. Your presentation inclusion of all the deals really added to the intrigue. Keep the great stories coming. The Mastiffs, and I really enjoy them. Always good to see you and hear from you, Buzz Darkin. And I'm glad you like the story. Robert says, and they can't have us getting along. You're 100% right, AJ. Yep. And I talk about it frequently. It's been the pinned tweet on the Y-Files Twitter page. You guys follow the Y-Files, right? OMG, the Y-Files on Twitter and IG, if you want to follow. It's been my pinned tweet, is that if you're on the right, you're on the left, stop hating each other because it's what they want you to do. Because then we're not talking about aliens and technology and 0-point energy and all that stuff. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on.
My fault. Sorry.
You're clicking?
I was trying to delete a comment because somebody was like, I don't need 4 notifications for your video, just one will do. And
oh, you know what? I haven't had time to write YouTube code, but as soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna recompile the YouTube platform, and I'll make sure that they don't get too many notifications.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. We don't do it. We don't email everybody and say, hey, a video is coming up. YouTube does that.
YouTube does it. And to be honest, YouTube usually doesn't send notifications to our folks.
Right.
That might be zoomed in a little. Oh, no, that's too much. That's probably a little bit better.
So I was just going to respond, but I clicked on the wrong part of the message and then it put it up on the screen. And then I was like, crap, sorry.
There she goes. Haunted Dolls here. AJ, will you please do a show on Madman Mike Markham? He would probably be part of the Andrew Basiago show, Haunted Doll. Madman Mike Markham, if you don't know, is another time traveler, but his story is fun because it's very scientific and he addresses lots of common problems with time travel. Like if you went back in time 10 minutes, if you went back in time 2 minutes, right, from wherever you are, you would end up in the middle of space because everything's moving. The Earth, the solar system, and then the galaxy around the cluster, all of that's moving. Madman Mike Markham and his technology addresses this, and he tethers his technology to the geomagnetic field of the Earth so that when he reemerges in the new time, he's connected to the Earth. But what makes it fun is it's not perfect. So he can go back in time perfectly and end up in space, or he can go back in time to the right time. But his technology with the Earth's field, he can only get within like 200 or 300 miles of where he wants to land, which is a lot can happen in 200 or 300 miles. And Art Bell even asked them, like, Mike, so if you go back in time, because Mike went back in time from wherever he was, somewhere like Pittsburgh, and he ended up somewhere like Cleveland in a barn or something. And I'll do the story. It's a fun story. And Art Bell asked him, well, what happens if like you went east and ended up in the ocean? And Mike's response was, I drown. Okay, fair enough. That is what would happen. Jeff Wallace, $5. So when can I buy my coffee mug? It's good to have a corpse guy. Or is that too much? I think that's a good one, Jeff. Jen seems to like it. You're writing that down? It's good to have a corpse guy. And I don't know if Rob is watching, because what we need to give him more cheapest free work. But maybe good art for the mug would be a body bag or two bare feet with a tag on the toe, something like that. But no matter what is on the mug, there is one attribute that has to happen with the mug. Do you know what it is?
It needs to be fistable.
It needs to be fistable. That is correct. Oh, there she is fisting her mug. But that's probably not fair there because you have those tiny little strange tiny fists. They're very.
I have little golf ball fists.
They're very strange to look at, but every man likes a woman with small hands. There, Demonic Hordes is back. Haven't seen you in a while. But Black-Eyed Fish. Do eat Black-Eyed Fish. That's a good one. What is going on in the chat? Hang on a second. Where are we? Hang on. There he is. All right. Thanks for that, Demonic Hordes. Appreciate it. Oh, you're back and you're gone. Rock's, his fist is pretty big. He's got man hands, still smaller than my grandfather. I think our mugs can accommodate just about any fist. You know, in the bell curve. If you're like Andre the Giant fist, it's not going to work. But if you're in the bell curve, we're pretty good. Robert Glasgow, dang it, AJ, I need to know what the glasses do. I guarantee you they cancel out some sort of light. They do, Robert, because I have very, very harsh light in front of me, like very harsh. So I wear these to block the light, and they have a little magnification so I can read you. If you look at the early after files, it's a lot of me just here squinting at the screen because it's just so bright and no glasses. But there's nothing fancy about them. These are like Amazon basics I got for $12. Shannon Smith, are we getting a Gino story tonight? That's a good question.
What do you think?
There it is. What do you think is the answer? And up here we go. Paul is there. $50.
They see me swimming in my waist. Send me money cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come and sniff my bowl, it's dirty. My poop is nasty. It's floating. Please tip me cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come sniff my bowl, it's dirty.
That one, Jennifer. That one. You like want to sniff my bowl? It's dirty.
Yes, I can't.
You can't. You just can't. Paul says tonight's episode was completely new to me. Tells me I need to learn more about history. Interesting, but not fire. Last week's episode, though, why was that the week I chose to go camping? I'm still thinking about it, as well as that 4chan post. Wow. Yeah, the 4chan post was crazy. It was crazy. 4chan this week. A lot of accusations about me being deep state CIA. They're out there again. But you figure this week I put that to rest, right? Because I went after the CIA so hard. So obviously I can't be an asset because I wouldn't say that stuff, right? Anyway, appreciate that, Paul. All right. So the plan for tonight is I'll do some super chats. We'll talk to the chat. We'll do a giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about the disclosure conference giveaway, Gino story hour, and then wrap it up with some super chats. Is that the plan?
Yeah. That seems like the show clock for tonight's show.
That's the show clock for tonight's show. She said it. There she goes. Mr. Beats, he doesn't interact live. It is a pre-recorded video that premieres live. That's correct. Yeah, the video is done in advance, but we all watch it live together. So if you're there for the premiere, you are seeing it for the first time with everybody, which I think is kind of cool. Charles Blacher says AJ Doty. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. Dr. Greer doesn't mention him by name in the press conference, but I feel like he alludes to Doty a little bit because he does mention Air Force OSI. He mentions some interviews that happened in his last documentary what was the name of that one? Unacknowledged, maybe. And I think he's talking about Doty. And when we go through some of the claims from the whistleblowers in the press conference, you can see Doty did say a lot of this stuff. But I still don't trust the guy. I still don't trust him. Oh, Michael Asylum, AJ's real sponsor is Lockheed Martin. Ooh. I wish though. That would be a good. That's if you want to have a sponsor, you get military contractors. That's what you just unlimited money. Mr. Peckerwood, corpse guy for the giveaway word. That's a good call. That one should be okay with YouTube. Fox Space Delta says Greer is fake. I have my issues with him, but what about the whistleblowers? He's got almost 200 of them on record, and 121. He has for his presentation 121 documented secret bases. Shows a map of them, and I'll show it to you guys. And then he said, as we were putting this together, we discovered another one. So call it 122. Cat Parrot wants to know about the heckle plush.
So everybody that's in Patreon, keep an eye on your email because there's a special email coming at the beginning of the week. It's super exciting. And
so Patreon members, keep an eye on your email because something's coming. And if you're not a Patreon member, then what do you just say? Avangul Gats? Nothing?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're not on Patreon,
you guys, you don't know. Gino knows Avangul Gats.
Keep an eye to next week, late next week, if you're not on Patreon.
Christina Hinks, whose name feels very good in the mouth, is screaming for the plushie. So now is a great time to become a Patreon. I mean, you be a Patreon for $3, you get the secret email, and then just cancel. Just cancel it. Or
don't.
Like everyone does with Disney Plus. Just do it, get the secret. Be like, all right, $3.
Or don't, because it's $3 a month and it supports the channel.
I know, but I figure some will cancel, but some will just keep doing it. So that's why I'm saying that. So just,
And someone earlier asked about an AJ bobblehead, but keep an eye out because we got something working there too. So
as long as my face isn't on anything.
Well,
I'm just looking at the chat, and ooh, boy, Derp is on top of deleting those messages. If you're rude in there, Derp is on you.
Yep.
Rock Dude TV Patreon link, please. You got it, man. Patreon. There it is. Patreon.com/the Waff House. I would appreciate it. I honestly really, really would. Helps keep the channel going. CJ, you got a corpse guy, AJ? I might have a corpse guy.
He will neither confirm nor deny the existence of a corpse guy.
Fair enough. Roger Lear would make a good video. John Lear, we are going to do a Lear video. Marco says mermaids existence. People have asked for mermaids, but man, I just don't like a cryptid.
What?
Gino
There's mermaids out there. This video, we got mermaids all over the place.
Will you grab some mermaid video and drop it in the secret chat? And I'll call it up there. And before you do that, Gino, someone's asking, where did you go? John is asking thoughts on Billy Carlson. I have thoughts. Gino has thoughts.
I love Billy Carson. I think me and AJ certainly differ on it. I could watch a lot of his stuff. I think he might be off on some things, like AJ has said, but he's right on a lot of the energy stuff and things like that. I think as far as higher consciousness, he talks a lot about that. All very interesting stuff, and a great speaker. It's interesting.
He's entertaining. That's for sure. Saw a couple of interesting ones in the chat. You should make a shirt saying everyone needs a corpse guy. I think we might do that. Sporad. JPN Corpse Guy, great metal band name. I guess that it kind of is. Doug Hoback. He's in Vegas. He has a corpse guy. Tina, a Kings fan. I'm sorry. Did I miss the Patreon link? You might have, Tina, because the chat's going fast. Patreon.com/the is how to do it. And I do appreciate the support. It's only $3 a month. And look, just cancel it. Get the secret message. Just cancel it after. Disha wants to talk about the Russian boy from Mars. He's coming up. He's coming up on a future episode. He's interesting. That you guys know that story, right? Gino does. The kid who went to Mars and was part of the military group there.
Sure.
Well, Iwin says, is Gino Hecklefish? Nope.
No.
Hecklefish is Hecklefish.
Derek H wants to know, why are you all not in the same location?
Well, AJ's at the studio. Gino and I are actually at the same location. We're just in different rooms. And Victoria, wait for it. There he is.
Ah!
And
Look at Gino.
woo!
Look at Gino's image, though. Doesn't it look like a shadow person over his right shoulder? Just lean a little bit to your left, Gino. Your other left. Shadow person behind you. You see it?
Where?
What is that?
I don't even see that when I turn around.
Free.
Looks like
And then Victoria's
Pew
at
Gorilla.
home.
Pew for Gorilla for $5. Could you do one Raytheon on the defense contractor? I can't cover Raytheon as a solo video. Raytheon. Oh, I almost said something that could get me sued. Raytheon does not like it. Let me just say that. They don't like it. Moose says, how about Mincemeat for the giveaway? That's a good call also.
That's a good one too. So anyway, we're not all in the same place because we just got a new studio that we're going to be moving into the 1st. And once we get that all set up, then most of the time we'll all be in the same place, but we won't still all be in the same room because you would hear each other. You'd hear everybody cross talking over their mics and everything, unless we were all sitting around a table with headphones and that kind of stuff, which maybe we'll do that too. We don't know yet.
All right, there you go. There's your answer. Someone in the chat saying, bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. I don't want to go on the cot. Anunnaki, that's coming. Xavier James is AJ's Jen's husband.
Yes.
Yeah, I tell people that we're friends with benefits. Is that rude? Oh, she didn't like that.
Well, I mean, we're friends with benefits, but we are married too. So.
Friends with benefits, and she gets half my shit.
Yeah. I feel happy.
Hecklefish is actually Fish GPT. That's funny. Phase B says, Gino run. Yeah, that looks like a shadow person back there. Shane Fletcher needs a Hecklefish origin story. Yeah, his backstory is just kinds of, the more you watch the channel, the more you'll learn. Cindy M, I can't get the Patreon link. All right, Cindy, I'm gonna put it one more time in there, but you got to be fast. Ready? Go. There, it's already gone. Anthony Reardon, will you do an episode on harp? I covered harp pretty extensively a few weeks ago. If you want to check that out, what episode was that? We covered harp.
Was it the pole shift video or the Adam and Eve?
I don't know. I forget.
I don't remember.
Focus. Manuel, your on-screen chats are slightly out of focus. I don't know how that could be, but outdoorsy prepper with a serious question: do shadow people fart? Wondering where these random smells come from. Just blame the dog.
I know they changed the temperature of the room, supposedly. I mean,
Plead the fifth we ever do a video about World War I. If there's a good subject on it, send it through the tips line. All right, there they go. There you go. So yeah, Pugorilla, you know, what I can say is Raytheon is one of the major villains, you know, along with Lockheed. I will say that. But to do a full video on them, I just don't want to hear from lawyers. You know, I'm not worried about my safety that much. Maybe a little bit, not that much, because luckily because of you guys, because I have a platform here. That if there's no Wi-Fi's next week, people, if I take a week off, suddenly Twitter erupts with they finally got him. So so I'm not really worried about my safety, and I'm not even really worried about losing a lawsuit. I just don't want to deal with a lawsuit. You know, make accusations that Raytheon has secret bases all around the world, which of course they do. But I don't want that's an allegation. I can't prove that. I can totally prove it, but you know, in a court of law. Bosco says if no one's answered, it's the mass extinction video. I think you're right, Bosco. Raytheon says, Joe, Raytheon will complain to ScrewTube and you'll get demonetized. That's probably true. Phase Beasts don't get sniped by the CIA. I'm not worried about those guys. You know, the shadow government, the ISG, right, which is the illegal secret government. That's the term, right? The ISG. It's really not CIA. You know, so I went after the CIA hard tonight, and they definitely have a lot of evil in their history and do evil things right now. But that's a separate issue than the ISG and the UFOs and the shadow government. CIA is not really involved in that because they have their own intelligence. They have their own military. We'll play a quote a little bit later from former Senator Daniel Inouye from Hawaii, if you guys remember him from the 80s and 90s. He went on record and said there is a shadow government in the United States with its own military, its own air force, and it doesn't answer to anyone. And he wanted to put a stop to it, but never happened. Uwami, will you ever talk about the Anunnaki? I talk about them all the time in lots of videos. I would like to do a full video on the Anunnaki because they're fun and interesting, but YouTube demonetizes that and puts a content warning on there. Question Everything says the Vegas video is bunk. Give us a link. I'd like to, if that's debunked, I'd like to see that. Christopher Ayers, AJ, watch out for the red dot. So Christopher, not too long ago, I was at the shooting range with some folks. We were shooting a TV segment, and I don't know what I'm doing, but we're on the range, right? We have we're like in a part of the range, it's blocked off. There's no one there, but we're on a live range. So in the other rooms, there's lanes, there's people shooting all over the place. Where we are, there's not. But me and the crew, everyone there is armed because that's how we are. And as a joke, one of the knuckleheads on the set has like the red dot laser pointer, and I'm working with like talent, like, oh, you want to do this and do this, and then I see the red dot on my chest. That's the most I ever lost my temper, I think, since maybe I'm in my 20s. I mean, I lost it. You don't put the red dot, laser dot on someone at a live shooting range. And to the producers down there, that knucklehead who did that, that was Nathan. FYI. Right? You guys spoke to Nathan this week?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That chucklehead, the red dot on me. And I lost my mind till he was like, oh, I will come on. And I was just nuts because that's not cute.
It's not cute. That's not cute. You don't play around with that.
No.
But yeah. I don't know what we were watching the other day. We were watching some show and the guy had a gun. And I'm like, get your finger off the trigger, idiot. That's not how you carry around a gun.
Maybe was that Kevin Costner in Yellowstone?
Yes.
Just walking around with his poor trigger discipline.
His poor trigger discipline. That's
Can't
right.
do a British accent. Poor trigger discipline.
I still love Robin Hood, the movie, though. It's still good, even though he's got a horrible accent in it.
It's a good movie. St. Peter, I have one question for AJ. Are you a CIA agent? I can't answer that, St. Peter. I'm sorry. How about a green laser? Howard Parra, DMT, and Joe Rogan. He's an expert. Gino and I were on Rogan talking about DMT not too long ago. You could look that up if you like. Why Files Elvis is alive conspiracy? Bob Joyce. I'm interested in that. I mean,
Would
even
he
if he's
still be,
alive,
though?
he's totally. What?
How old would he be now, though?
What I was just about to say
Oh.
was even if he's alive, he's totally not alive. Elvis is born 32 or so.
Oh.
Mhm.
So he'd be what, around 90? Jen checking when was Elvis born?
Mhm.
He would have made it to 90.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he wouldn't have made it to 90. 35.
1935. So yeah, he wouldn't have made it.
No.
But if there was a way to work an Elvis story into the Y-Files, I'd totally do it because I'm an Elvis fan of the man, the music, and all the weird stuff about him. Yeah, everything about. I would cover everything about Elvis. Gino's weighing in.
You're muted.
I think
There was a
AJ
story
made
that
it.
came out online. Sorry, I was wanting to be professional and make sure you weren't hearing my mermaid videos in the background. There was a story that came out online that there was a fella who was in assisted living home who claimed to be Elvis. Now, of course, no one took him seriously, but then someone did a DNA test and he was related to Elvis. Now, again, all unconfirmed, but that story is out there and possibility. Now, that's probably a few years old now. No idea if that guy is still alive, but they have his name and everything like that. And certainly with a little digging, we'll be able to find that story, true or not. All right,
Like
send me
to-
back down.
No, it's giveaway time.
Is it giveaway time?
We know how much you love it.
All right, hang on a second. Yeah, I was seeing in the chat, like, where was it? Wait, did they already do Mel's Hole? Yeah, we covered Mel's Hole. That was a hit on the
Got a
channel.
t-shirt.
Joe says for $199, please complain more. Yeah, I mean, Josh Jackson spent $200 to complain that this episode was boring. I mean, if you got to get a complaint, that's how to do it.
Paul spent another $100 to defend you.
Yes. But this video is up to number 3 now.
It's up to number 3. And by saying that the episode is boring, I don't know how that helps anybody. You know, I don't know how, like, trying to hurt my feelings. I mean, how is that useful?
It's not.
Now, David Purser thinks it was good. David, the episode was good. You know, if Josh was bored, that just means he's not interested in the subject, which is fine. Which is fine.
Yeah.
But as an episode, as a story, tonight was a very strong episode. But you know, Joshua, he's not into World War II stuff. He's in a more action. You know, he's a young buck. He likes crazy aliens and wacky stuff. He doesn't want to hear about history.
Well, and the thing is that it's a fascinating story because none of it should have worked. None of it. They dropped the guy in the ocean, 15 miles away from shore, and just blew the submarine propellers at him, hoping that he would land somewhere where they needed him to. And then they needed the guy that was the Nazi agent to like get a hold of the paper. Like there was so many things that could have gone wrong. And
Joshua Jackson is he doesn't want to hear the episode rehashed. He was already bored by a well-written, well-produced, well-performed, strong episode. He already was bored by that.
Don't care. So also, like, there was a lot of stuff he just didn't go into because, you know, it's kind of superfluous. But like, they had a bunch of other things from the Trout memo that they were trying to confuse the Nazis and get them to go in the wrong direction, but none of them worked. So it got down to the point where they were only focused, like, this was their last chance. They had set up the invasion in Sicily. Like, if they showed, and they didn't even know until they got to the beach whether or not it actually worked. And they could have shown up to like the entire Nazi army waiting there for them. It could have been like a crazy,
During the invasion of Sicily, Hitler was still sending troops to Greece in the middle of it because he thought it was a feint. Because they're like, they're really here. And he's like, no. I'm not falling for that. I fell for it in Calais. I'm not going to fall for it here.
So
if I'm doing a German accent, World War II era, for some reason I have to scream it. Because I don't have to do it loud all the time. But if it's about the war, it's
so
and you ever read the translations of what Hitler's screaming about? He's just screaming about, like, we need to make sure that poor people are fed and everyone deserves a job. That's all he's screaming, but he's bananas.
crazy. Vince was asking what close call happened during the car ride.
Well, let me do a little pre-sell here, and then you can answer that question. If you're new, twice. We used to do 3 times, but I just try to avoid it now. But about twice a show, we will give away a $50 gift card to the Wi-Fi store where you can support your favorite YouTube channel at shop.thewifiles.com. You can grab all kinds of stuff like that's a Sidonia shirt. Every week, there's a T-shirt to celebrate the episode. There's an Illuminati mug. It's 100% fistable, as every mug is 100% fistable. In fact, you can not only can you fist this mug, it's called.
You can fist this mug.
Now it'll focus on my face. I've been out of focus the whole show, and now so you can fist that mug. Okay, so that's shop.thewifiles.com. But what you do is you enter the word that you see on the screen right there, Corpse Guy, one word. That's what you put in the chat, just that word, and you're entered to win the $50 gift card. You'll be chosen at random, and if you do win, not only do you get a $50 gift card, but you just have to you'll get 20 minutes personal private time that you have to schedule, and that'll be with Victoria, and you can talk about anything that you want. I just ask you keep it relatively clean, but you could talk to her about problems that you're having maybe in your marriage, with your kids. You just want to chat about the current events. So you get the gift card and you can schedule that time with her. Is that correct, Victoria?
Something like that.
As far as live streams go, this one is terrible.
All right, so
I play a therapist on Discord.
So Jen, you wanted to talk about something?
So the reason that the car ride with the
we
sort
need
of
to get you a microphone.
okay. Right now, I'm just talking to the one on my computer because we had one and it sucked, and I got complaints on it every live stream, so I stopped using it.
Was it Joshua Jackson complaining about that as well?
It was.
You know,
Although
he's
so
what you
cute.
call a wealthy complainer, but those are the best kind.
Paul did another super chat to defend Joshua, saying he just was trying to give constructive criticism. But again, you know, it's not going to be that. It's not every episode is not going to be everyone's cup of tea.
And look, I'm giving Joshua Jackson a hard time. By the way, I think he was great in Fringe, but I'm giving him a hard time. But the rest of his message says he loves AJ and Hecklefish. He wants to talk about the apparitions, the Fatima and the Third Secret. Looks forward to the next episode. Lots of exclamation points. So it's positive, but I can't do the bit that way.
Right.
So you were saying something about the car?
So the reason that the ride to Scotland was so stressful was because they was at night, and so they couldn't use their headlights.
Well, it had to be shaded.
Shaded. The guy was blind as a bat, and
Legally
he liked
blind.
to drink. So
Yeah, they ran off the road twice.
right,
Once they almost got killed.
he
But it
he'd
worked.
had a few before he drove them, and he was driving like as fast as he could go. So it wasn't even like they were taking a leisurely drive through the countryside. Like he was pedal to the metal, drunk, blind.
No, they literally had that. I think it was like a 1935 panel van, but he drove it as fast as it could. The engine couldn't go any faster. I think he got it up to like about 80 miles an hour or so. Harrowing.
And hoping that they didn't meet any enemy resistance anywhere. So
Crazy.
right? Isn't that why they had to keep it shuttered? The lights?
No, it was the headlights were shaded, and all lights in the cities were out because of the blitzkrieg. So the bombers, when they were way up high, they would just look for lights. So total blackout, they wouldn't know where to bomb, and which worked because, I mean, they were bombing farms, and the Nazis didn't know what to look for. Gino found YouTube. There's an F-bomb in it. Here, the mermaids die in a car accident.
What?
Yeah, they didn't clean out the
Okay,
F-bomb.
all right, hold on. I wasn't even close to done putting stuff up yet. So,
Oh, okay.
but so we got a lot of video in this first one, which I think you should wait for a little while. But this is a guy who was out on a boat. He hears these mermaids. He has some live footage. He puts it on TikTok. His TikTok gets banned. 2 days later, the government was out testing his boat, and then 2 days after that, he's in a life-threatening car accident. Like so many stories. So there's going to be a bunch of links, but I would save it for a few minutes.
All right, we'll save it. All right, so Corpse Guy, we've got 1,164 people in there. I'm going to go ahead and click draw. We'll grab this winner, and then we'll get to the UFO disclosure press conference, which means you guys could probably go take a break. Victoria likes that. She likes break. There's TJ, there's JR, Colin, Wormhole's there, Wilfred, Golden, Black, S13, Jeffrey Krager, Joseph Blair, Quantum Spirit, Big Creeps is the winner. Big Creeps, you just won a $50 gift card to shop.thewifiles.com. It's a great way to support this channel. Become a Patreon member, patreon.com/thewifiles. We appreciate it. But Big Creeps, you got a $50 gift card, and spend your time with Victoria wisely. She's very stingy with her time. So what does he have to do? Does he put his personal number in the chat? And you call him?
Comes to Discord and puts in his name and number into the help desk ticket. We'll get it out to him.
And then you call him?
And then I call him. Please don't wait for the phone call.
I'll tell Johnny once mermaid screams is the word. That's very funny. Corpse Bella, 870 Garage is very funny. Chase thinks the game is rigged.
I don't know how it could be rigged.
I don't know why it would be rigged. Like why?
Right.
Like Big Creeps and me got together and like exchanged $30 so he can get a $50 gift card to buy a Hecklefish t-shirt. Is that what happened there, Chase? Hey, look, he has a skeptical, suspicious mind, and I like that. But maybe turn your suspicion toward your government and just, we're just having fun here. You know, we it's just a goldfish that tells dirty jokes. That's all we do.
So
Bob J, it's a money laundering scheme. Love it. Michael M, $30. I paid $125 to win. Yeah, it's kind of like a pyramid scheme, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. You paid $130. Michael M, email me and I'll give you $125 gift card. And you can have 40 minutes with Victoria.
No.
Just be a what? Just be a
I
gentleman.
don't have that time.
Said twice that something floated behind you and he took a picture and he's being serious. He circled it and he wants to know. Send it to team@thewifiles.com.
I don't know if is he seeing things?
Oh, I see it.
He might be seeing things. Resistance Armada, how much do I pay to win? You don't have to pay to win. Big Creeps didn't pay anything to win. Dr. Jellyfinger says AJ and Big Creeps are government. Kat, do you ship to Portugal? I used to. I turned all that off because the shipping was too expensive. Do we ship there now?
We will, starting next Tuesday. There's kind of an overhaul on the shop. So we'll be shipping worldwide. And then the plushie, when we get to the Hecklefish plushie, just has a flat shipping rate anywhere in the world.
Anybody.
So.
Flat shipping?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that awesome?
$5 flat shipping.
$5?
$5. Who crocheted the netting on the hat for Heckle's tank? That took a long time, and I'm glad that you noticed it. And I feel very proud that somebody finally pointed out some of my work.
Isn't that nice when people notice?
Oh, the music changed today in the episode when you started talking about the CIA stuff. I was like, whoa. Like it got super intense and a little bit louder and really good.
That's nice that you noticed.
Yeah.
Well, there's Zeb Francis for $10. AJ Gengino and Vi Files up in her. Great one as always. Hecklefish saying the F word is one of my favorite things. More of that, please. Hashtag the Wi-Files, hashtag mouth, hashtag Hecklefish, hashtag lizard people.
That was funny.
There's Brian Sinkerbo for $22.
Won't you tip me? You know I don't believe you when you say you don't got money. Won't you tip me? You know I can't believe it when you say that I'm not funny. I write too many jokes just to amuse you folks. You better super chat me or I'll just keep singing. Won't you tip me, human? Won't you tip me? Oh. Won't you tip me, human? Won't you tip me? Whoa.
What's this? Whoa.
Whoa.
Is that how he does it?
That's how he does it. I love that.
All right, let me get my notes and we'll get cracking on this thing. And you guys can go take a break or get something to eat or drop a deuce, whatever you need to do. It's none of my business. Jen doesn't like that. She doesn't like poop jokes. Well, she likes them, but it's not about her poops. Should we discuss your...
No, I don't think that that's necessary at all. KW Bond, I saw it before. I'm glad that you're glad that I'm not wearing that bad hat. I have no idea what hat you're talking about. I like my hats. Maybe I should put a different one on.
What hat?
I don't know. I think it was this one.
Christopher Ayers making the stone.
So, yeah. So yeah, there he goes to work on his Philosopher's Stone for a second. All right. So I guess it was that hat. We also have the Lizard People Crossing hat that's in the shop, which is super fun. I like that one. So that's a good one. Pardon the cat hair on it. And let's see. Yes, Blackbeard, the hecklers are in full swing tonight. Not quite sure what's happening, but that's fine. We're all good. Yes, a road sign. We like that a lot. So yeah, so there's a really good movie on Netflix right now called Operation Mincemeat. It's got Colin Firth in it, Michael McFadden. It's really great. They did a really good job on getting the history of it right. They didn't like dramatize it a ton for effects. And Original J, no, that's not going to be the next drawing. But let's see. All that coffee's got to go somewhere. That's right. Our favorite fish, Sayed Rahal. So Hecklefish has a writer in his contract that he does not have to do after files.
Yeah.
So he's only contracted for the premieres. So he's a bit of a diva, that one. We love him, but yeah, he feels himself. Shane, Victoria has a significant other, just FYI.
Shane, you could take me out. I'm always up for a steak and potato.
We are a little behind on the super chats. We will get to them. He's changed the way that the show is run up just a little bit. So, we don't want this just to be like reading super chats, So he's going to do, talk about the episode, do some super chats, do some giveaways. We've got Gino's story hour. So, yeah. That's going to be how we're doing this now.
Won't you tip me?
And Hecklefish is
I
back.
don't believe you when.
Well, let's read some super chats.
Okay.
No, I'm only joking. I heard you saying that. Weird. No. Hey, David Willis loves the show. Thanks, man. Danny, plugging. Speaking of plugs, if you want to support the channel, go to shop@thewildfiles.com. It's a great way to support this YouTube channel or your favorite YouTube channel. You can become a Patreon member as little as $3 a month. You get all kinds of perks, including private live streams and foot massages from Victoria. But that's at a rare level. Those are almost sold out. If you want the foot rubs up,
Almost sold out. That's right.
almost sold out at that level. Perhaps Gertrude.
I love Gertrude. She is so cute. I know we can't have a camel, but she's really cute. What? I said, I know we can't have one.
I thought that would just be assumed. You acted like that was an option. That was like a family meeting. Like, so I've been thinking. Because look, if I told her that she can have a camel, she would go find one.
I would. I'm good at that.
Yeah. Don't give Jen a challenge. You'll lose every time.
Yep. He wasn't saying that though, so you guys can start putting challenges in the comments. You don't need to do that.
No, I was being rhetorical. I'm the only challenger.
Yes. Yes.
Unless you super chat a lot of money. Won't you tip me? Where how do we hide that, Brian? Oh, Brian, did I even read your comment? Is it gone? Is it over? Let's see. Is it gone forever? Brian? A few bucks for Jen and Hecklefish, just and case. Well, they do appreciate that. All right. Before we get into this, let's just do a sound check. Tell me if
Whistleblowers coming
you guys
forward
hear this.
and our staff, and most of all, my wife, Emily. I will tell you, if my wife, Emily, hadn't been a rock, we wouldn't be here. She's amazing. So,
All right. His wife, Emily. All right. So I will try to summarize where I can, and I'll play the audio where I can. I don't know if this is, we'll get a copyright strike or not. I don't care. I don't care. This was a much more emotional presentation than the one in 2001. All right, first time code 631. All right, so at the beginning of the presentation, Dr. Greer talks about what he has in his possession, or what the Disclosure Project has in its possession, and it was a lot more. It was just a lot more stuff than I even thought. But it does mention that they're going on 33 years of this. So government documents from the United States, Canada, Australia, Russia, the UK, and more. So I mean, he has reports. We're going to hear a crazy story from a Marine who was in Indonesia. So this isn't just, New Mexico desert, California desert. This is all over the world. 145 top secret facilities and bases. And there's a map, and I'll show you that in a moment. 752 witnesses from military, corporate, and government sources. That's a dynamic list. Files with witness testimony and some video with supporting documents and information, which led to the compilation of the top secret facilities and bases map. So all the pins on the map come from whistleblowers. None of them are deduced or guessed. They all come from whistleblowers, and you're going to recognize some of the locations. And you're going to see you're going to see at least one photo as well. 121 UFO crash retrieval cases. 122 came in while he was putting the presentation together. Some documents include names of witnesses. There are a number of deep throats that provided intel and whose names were unknown that are not included in the archive. So a lot of the archive is redacted. Let me go to 850. And that is witnesses who have come forward. And all this information has been provided to Congress. And this is his spreadsheet. And he says most of this information is available as part of a public archive. And that's part of the goal of the Disclosure Project, is to make this information is open source, is what Dr. Greer calls it, available to everyone, including the technology, open source, all of it. So nobody owns it, which is why this is never going to happen. But it's still important that he's out there. At 12:06, we have the bases. So we've got, I don't know how many in the United States, but here we've got Australia, Manchurian Peninsula, Pakistan, 2 in France. I mean, what's that? What was that? Is that like the Azures out there? And Antarctica, we got a crazy story from a guy who was down to the South Pole. And let's hear what he has to say about these.
if you look at them, let's go to, this is where all these illegal operations have happened. I'm saying illegal because we can prove that this information, as Senator Inouye said, you'll hear his statement in a moment, has been run by a very shadowy, deep black operation. And we're not talking the legal black budget of the United States. We're talking about projects that presidents and CI directors and secretaries of defense, members of the Congress who have a need to know and are cleared TSSCI in SCIFs, secure compartmented information facilities, have been blatantly either gaslit, denied access. That is the foundation of everything we've done, is that these projects are a priori illegal and therefore unconstitutional and have to be reined in. because not doing so is a threat to the national security. So here is your.
And that's going to be a theme throughout this whole thing, is he just keeps reminding us. And I think it's important to remind us, because there's this misconception, I think, not among you guys, because you follow this stuff, but just most people, that the government has the UFOs and the government hides it from us. But that's not what it is. Our government doesn't really know. There is another government above our government that they have the information, they have the technology. The main government not only doesn't know, can't find out. There's a letter that's co-signed by multiple senators on both parties demanding answers, but we've seen that letter 5 or 6 times in the last 40 years demanding answers, and the answers never come, because it's not the government. It's a group that operates outside the government with its own military, air force, its own management structure, but like a parasite uses our tax dollars and military budget. We have a whistleblower later in the presentation who worked. He worked at Area 51 at one point, but he was working at a different base, and he did an audit on his budget and realized that money was getting siphoned, and he didn't know why. And then he found out it was going to black budget. And that's just one guy, one program. You're talking thousands and thousands of military programs that if this shadow government, shadow agency just can siphon off 1% of that budget, so many people in government would never know, because it's so wasteful. It's not real money to them. That's why they're so terrible with money. But that really works as an advantage if you're a shadow government, because 1% of what's defense budget? Is it about to touch $1 trillion? You can get a lot done with 1% of $1 trillion. So up here, we've got agencies that are connected to the ISG, the illegal shadow government. And we've got list of bases coming up in a few seconds. And at 13:20 on the clock, the Lockheed underground entrance, where a large number of UAPs or black budget aircraft are stored, coming up in
Your list. I'm not going to go through 145 sites. Some of them are black sites. Some of them are bases about, like Wright-Patterson, Edwards, Nellis, Area 51, so-called. But all of them are based on witness testimony and intelligence we've gathered over the last 30 years. And it's time for it to be disclosed. And so now you have it. Next. Here's one. And people go out in the Mojave Desert. Michael Schratt took this picture when it was okay to fly near it in a small private plane. It is a site for the Lockheed Range underground entrance. What's in there? Well, there are man-made, and this is the big story. No one's telling you. A large number of the UAPs are in fact deep black budget electromagnetic field propulsion devices based on the study of extraterrestrial vehicles that began in the 1940s.
Electrogravitic means anti-gravity. That's what he's talking about.
Fact. We can prove it. So when you see these sort of places, just remember, many of them, I want to be careful what I'm saying here. Someone who is in charge of the black budget of the United States in 2022 went out to the Lockheed Skunk Works based on some information he had. He was shown a bunch of old jet aircraft. He knew he was being gaslit. And they reached out to me and I said, what do you want? I'll give you everything we have. And that's what's happened over the last 16 months. So I cannot name this person, but they're a wonderful person of enormous integrity and a hero of our country. So I want to just go through quickly some of the new ones who aren't here. Now,
all right, so he's going to get into, his whole lead up to the witnesses goes on for 45 minutes. So I just want to skip through to kind of the juicy stuff for you. Let's go back to that picture just so you can see that. It's one of the best pictures of that Lockheed entrance that I've ever seen. An RCS range underground entrance. So, and that was taken by civilian aircraft. The airspace has since been cordoned off. You can't fly that close anymore. So that goes underground, and there are many, many UAPs under there. The ARVs, the alien reproduction ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, the UAPs. This presentation is outlining that a lot of what we're seeing now is man-made. Specifically, the Tic Tac video that we're all familiar with, that was released by the Navy, was, according to Dr. Greer and the Disclosure Project, that is a shadow government ISG military test vehicle that that the Navy was not supposed to see. But as we'll see, there are sketches of what look like a Tic Tac going back to the 60s. At 1525, we have
Justice and FBI need to drill down on very quickly. Next. Here's an illustration of one event that he was involved in back when there was a extraterrestrial vehicle.
Talking about that whistleblower sent in that that letter. So here's a couple of renderings of what he witnessed. These aren't actual photos. Obviously, I don't know if you're looking on your phone, maybe you can't tell, but these are renderings of what he describes.
That crashed and then ultimately ended up at Lawton, Oklahoma, near Fort Sill. This man has been in a skiff with these objects. These illustrations are based on his direct testimony and hours of discussions since 2016. Here is a small extraterrestrial body, about 39 inches long, that was retrieved in that operation. There are extraterrestrials of various sizes. The last known count I had of different civilizations involved with this, about 60 to 70 in that range, and I think there could be more. Next. This is one of the underground command centers.
So this looks a lot like, NORAD or that we've seen everywhere, but this is completely underground. And he doesn't mention, but maybe it's in the letter somewhere, where this facility is. I don't know, connected to Mount Weather. I don't know where this would be, but it's underground. And going by the rendering, there's a lot of folks working in this agency. Who's in charge of this thing?
That he was assigned to from the Pentagon. He was with Technical Management Office and then some other offices, and investigated some criminal activities that occurred with a 3-star general related to this subject that the Department of Justice was basically unable to prosecute because they were denied access to the operations. Next. Here's one that was also in this another facility. This is an extraterrestrial vehicle. He actually was there very close to it. This gentleman wants to come forward. He needs to be protected. And this is why we're calling for explicit witness protection and explicit pension and asset protection for these whistleblowers. Next.
So a lot of the whistleblowers, and there's a lot of them that say, look, I would love to go on the record, but I'm a retired major on a pension. What happens is that the people who work in these programs, when they sort of shift from military into whatever the ISG is calling this, they have to sign non-disclosure agreements that are 80-year agreements. Obviously, the agreement is meant to outlive the signer. Now, an NDA is as enforceable as an NDA is, but if you violate this NDA, it's not like they're going to sue you and you're going to go to civil court and because you're not going to discuss UFOs. They're not going to let that happen. It's very simple. You violate the NDA, we pull your pension. That's all. We just pull your pension, and then you and your elderly wife, you could just be destitute. How's that? And for most of these guys, it's not worth it. What's to gain? I'm 70. Why? But there are a couple of men who do come forward.
This is just an indication of a type of electromagnetic system that.
This is cloaking technology that he's showing. That's an Abrams tank showing cloaking technology. Note the special antenna technology reverse engineered from the Boomerang UAP retrieval operation.
Actually can cloak any tank or any object that we've developed over the years, and he was read into this as well. Next. So there's another gentleman. I'm going to run through these very quickly. We'd be here for 30 hours if I didn't. I'm just giving you a tip of the ice facility, MS, we call him. He worked for C. Martin Corporation, contractor. And he was in a facility that had an extraterrestrial vehicle that was being studied by scientists. He knows the chief scientist involved. He has named that individual to us, and they can all be subpoenaed now. So
they can all be subpoenaed, but someone has to subpoena them. So that's why Congress has to act. So this image we see fairly consistent. You've got this craft in a large room, hovering, not touching the ground. People in white suits milling about, armed military in the corners. I don't know who the nerd is staring off into the, maybe that's a Mid-Journey image. But this is something that we see a lot. And the craft that the whistleblowers discuss, they're not all these UFO top-looking things. There's monoliths that are just big rectangles. And all sorts of different shapes and consistencies. And by growing up with sci-fi and stuff like that, I look at the image. I don't know about you, but I look at that image and I picture like the UFO just kind of floating, in space. But that's not what it is. If you go up and touch that UFO that's hovering in space, it's solid. It's like a wall. You can't move it. You can move your hand under it. There's air, but it won't move. It won't budge. It won't adjust. So something's keeping it very, very stable, but outside of gravity. And that's the electrogravitic effect that he's talking about. And if you watch the video that we had on the ARVs a few months ago, maybe it was a little longer than that. That's the Mark McCandlish case, the one that ended with his suicide. That case is corroborated by another witness. It was already corroborated by a few witnesses, but there's even another one now, and we see other sketches that are exactly what Mark described. So this is something we see a lot. And people that have touched the craft, they're saying that some are smooth like metal, but a lot of these craft have a texture that's been described as either shark skin or one soldier said it reminded him of a cat's tongue, smooth, but you go against it, it's very rough. And that when he went against the grain or whatever you call it of what looked like metal, just flecks were coming off. I forget what he called them. I think he called them pixels, but they were just coming off. So, and when he touched it, there was a sort of reverberation through the skin of the craft that he saw and that he felt in his body. He said it was very upsetting and disorienting. So it's almost like the skin of these craft are they're responsive to their environment. Very strange. And what we'll see is most of the UAPs that we're seeing, they're all reverse engineered. And at the end of the presentation, there's a side-by-side where Dr. Greer shows this is what it looks, this is what the real UAP looks like, and this is what man reverse engineered. You could see that the reverse engineered ones, the man-made ones, they're a little clunky. They have, wires and antennas and stuff on them, where the Tic Tac and other UAPs, they're just smooth. They don't need
this
that.
object was there in 2009. He didn't know the date of acquisition, but he thought it was fairly recent. Next. He also was read into and had the chief scientist show him the location, which we now have, of a DUM, deep underground military base, that is in the Dugway sector, so-called Avery sector, Avery. And it has huge capacity for parking. You go in, and there's a vast underground complex in that location. That location has been handed off to investigators with the U.S. government. Next.
1,300 square miles underground. And there's an image there just for size comparison, but there's a 747 there. There's a bullet train. It looks like an Apache attack helicopter. I mean, this is huge. And if I'm going to be skeptical about some of the things, these are the things that make me skeptical, because it's really hard to build projects like this in secret. But some of these witnesses are very compelling.
This gives an illustration of the size of this. You could put easily on the platform that goes down the Air Force One. It's a very large elevator, goes down underground. Next. And then we have this gentleman. He was not long ago in the Nellis Range in the Nevada test site north of Nellis Air Force Base. And he, next slide, was on a retrieval team. Now, let me explain how this guy got involved. He was recruited out of Fort Campbell to be somebody to be on a retrieval team with a top secret clearance to pick up when we have an accident with a helicopter or jet, because there's classified technology on those often. And our YouTube pilot here will explain that perhaps. But the point is, he went from there, and that was preparatory to being on a retrieval team for this. So he was involved with this operation. It was a man-made, so-called alien reproduction vehicle. It's called by some people, or AT. A lot of people just call them advanced technology. It's a euphemism. But it's based on studying the electrogravitics and magnetic field propulsion systems of the interstellar vehicles that involve the science of quantum entanglement and, going, basically you want to go from one point in space and to another, say this is one point, this is another. You're not going through a straight line. You're folding space-time. That's how you're doing. And we're not going to do a physics.
So, and we all know that from, that theoretical physics where you fold space-time and you can cross space essentially faster than light, because light moves at a certain speed. But if you take the 2 points in space and fold them together, then you can get there technically faster than light. That's what he's talking about, and alleging that this technology exists and is in possession of the ISG. Again, is the illegal secret government, is what he calls it. We're at 1932 on your time code. Looking forward to 2004.
National supervised and frankly illegal operation have these technologies, which an unsupervised and frankly illegal operation have, which is a threat to the national security, period. This we will prove. And this is a bigger threat, the existence of these in the hands of unsupervised operations that have escaped the oversight of the president of the office of the president and the Congress since 1956 to 1960. Hence Eisenhower's speech, beware the military industrial complex. This is actually what he was talking about. I know people who have since passed away, like our witness, Stephen Lubkin, who was at the White House with Eisenhower, who said point blank, the president lost control of these projects and that he was very upset and angry about it, but these projects became so compartmentalized that he no longer could control them.
That's required reading or watching for anybody interested in this stuff, is Eisenhower's farewell address. That's what Dr. Greer is talking about, where he warns against essentially war for profit. And because we just had come off World War II, and we had military contractors, of course, for World War II, but it wasn't such an industry. It was we're going to build tanks, so GM's got to convert your lines from Cadillacs to tanks, or there was a lot of that, where later, almost immediately after the war, we go into Korea and everything, and all the entanglements in Asia. Now you have an industry that's its only job is to create weapons of war. That's all we do. Before it was, well, in peacetime we make rubber for this, and we make light bulbs, we make cars, and we make airplanes. During wartime, we shift. In peacetime, we shift back. Now, after World War II, this is what we make all the time. We make weapons of war. Well, what do you make in times of peace? No more times of peace. Always war. Because isn't that what it is? Isn't there always a war to be fought? So that's Eisenhower's farewell address. And what was very interesting about it is it was a surprise, known only to a very small number of people, that General MacArthur allegedly was shocked and kind of upset by it, and Joint Chiefs and all that, they didn't know what they thought he was going. What are you, nuts? You know, we need to have a strong military. Don't you see what just happened? And Eisenhower was saying it's not about a strong, but you can't make it a business, because if you make war for profit, there will always be war. And he was 100% right. And Dr. Greer is mentioning that these programs existed then, and Eisenhower was aware of them, because these programs go back to the they go back to the 50s. He was aware of them, but they're so specialized that they just spin off into these little compartments, and it's just too many plates for the president to keep an eye on. And then he just loses control of it. And then by then, he's retired. Ike wants to go play golf in Palm Springs. He doesn't want to deal with it. Although if you follow Eisenhower, he did stay very much involved in affairs up until his death. All right, where are we? We're at 2053 on your clock. 2216. We have some pictures of craft that are fun, and something that we learn about is that people are put in what they're calling stasis fields, which is something I hadn't really heard too much of before. It's described as a plasma energy field of white light that when a person is in there, they just kind of stop and not really aware of anything that's going on. They're safe, they're not hurt, but everything just freezes for them, which made me think a lot about missing time. Where people, I mean, how many stories do we see that someone's driving along, the car stops, I saw a white light, and next thing you know, it's 2 hours later or 3 hours or, the next morning. So that's stasis field. And then we have a whistleblower later on who describes how this ISG, I want to call it the government, but it's really this ISG, the secret government, has the stasis field technology and uses it. Because we have a soldier who's a whistleblower that came across a craft in a road, thought it was an extraterrestrial craft. Turns out it was a ISG test aircraft, I was hovering, a test UAP. And he manages to get up close and get his hands on it. And he looks over and his wife is stuck in this white light, just frozen. And then someone starts to communicate with him telepathically, which we hear a lot. Eventually, he and his wife were abducted. And it turned out the whole thing was man-made. He said this was a human female with red hair speaking English. This is all technology that is man-made technology. So what he describes is a program of false flag, fake abductions being perpetrated on people as a means of control, as a means of fear, as a means of distraction. That a lot of the abductions that are described are really just the ISG stepping in and just putting the fear of God into people. And that's
in
pretty
that same
scary.
era, around 2009, about 65 feet across. It's seamless, but it has sort of a clamshell part of it. There was a ramp that rolled out, like he said, like a roll up that came out of it. And there was a ARV above it that was headed in lock. It was an electromagnetic lock on this object. I think it was stunned, and that's how it's brought down. This is not infrequent. Not every day, but not infrequent. I said over the last 80 years, at least 122 have come down. So there are helicopters. He was on the team to pick up debris. This one was, of course, intact. It began to pulse and operate and came back to life, as it were. And the entire group that was there basically were put in some kind of a stasis electromagnetically. Sounds like science fiction, teleported back to the helipad instantly. But before that happened, he had this meeting with two of these extraterrestrial biological entities, a male and a female. And this is very accurate, according to the whistleblower who needs to come forward when there's adult protection. They had no pinna, the ears outside, and had no hair. And there was a male and a female. And it was made very clear to him by these beings that they were completely non-hostile. All extraterrestrial civilizations are non-hostile. If they were hostile, the technologies they have would have been made quite clear to us in August of 1945. We'll get to this in a moment.
So interesting that, you know, these are aliens, these are ETs from another world, but look how humanoid they are. But I mean, it's identical musculature to the human form. You have to start to wonder, does all the sentient life evolve from the same source? Because these look like primates. I mean, I mean, that looks like a male and female primates. That looks like Homo sapiens without ears. So what about the grays that we see all over the place? Well, that is an interesting twist to the story about a lot of the grays.
So this later he had an event when he tried to leave that command where there was a fake, what's called a programmed life form alien. These have been used in what you hear in the fabled lore of abductions and stuff in the UFO lore. This is actually a man-made creature, but it's not living per se. It has a covering the skin like. It tried to take him with one of these ARVs in command, and some people camouflaged in the ground near his truck. After he got out of this command, he was disgusted with what was happening. He no longer wanted to be part of that project, but they weren't happy he left. I told him it's a miracle that you live to tell this tale.
Yep.
And so what happened is that his pickup truck went into sort of complete lock, motor died because of this man-made UAP. He opened the door because he saw this creature, which he thought was an alien. It's not. And he hit it, it fell, he kicked it, and it split open this outer, and he saw the integrated circuits and fiber optics and what have you. This man I've dealt with quite a bit. He was ready to come to the aero skiff.
Fiber optics. Oh, pardon me.
This is clearly not a professional operation.
Fiber optics, we see that a lot with the UAP technology. That allegedly fiber optic technology that we have is reverse engineered from alien technology. Fiber optics and lasers come up all the time, so not surprising to see fiber optics used here. But if that's man-made, that's far beyond anything that, you know, as far as robotics that we've ever seen. All right, understanding recent Pentagon video of the UAPs. All right, so the Pentagon video of the UAPs, he's talking about the Tic Tacs. And he's saying the Tic Tacs are ISG man-made experimental aircraft.
Objects, which you'll see in a moment, particularly one of them, we have matching top secret witness testimony of them being a man-made object that our jet pilots and military don't know exists. This is dangerous in terms of deconflicting operations. So let's go to the next and play this.
Dude, that is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west.
120
Oh,
knots
shit.
against the wind. And it rotates, right? We've all seen this. So remember, this is not alien. This
That's
is
not LNS though, is it? It's not. That is an LNS, dude. Well, if there's like another thing, it's rotating.
yeah. So this is man-made, and this is the Tic
This is the
Tac.
so-called Tic Tac now.
Right, San Diego, also man-made.
Check over one thing. Logic.
Got it.
Roger.
Now, of course, this has been called an unknown UAP, what have you. We can excuse the Pentagon.
All right, unknown UAP, but apparently this sketch that you're seeing here, this is a sketch from Bell Labs, Bell McClure, 1967, and that's going to be the same size and shape. The only thing that's different is those electrical probes that are on it, and that's an indication that it's man-made. Here's another rendering of it, and that's comparing it to the Tic Tac. So that's 1967 versus 2004. And there's a whistleblower. Oh, the Azure Islands. That's what that was that pin that we saw out in the Atlantic. This is a whistleblower. 1991 saw the Tic Tac being loaded or offloaded
Only
on,
the same
on
object.
C-130.
Next. And here it is. We have a top secret whistleblower came forward a few months ago in 1991. So now we're talking quite some time ago, way before the 2004 event, that is offloading off a C-130, one of these UAPs, but it's actually a man-made one. And here you have the color illustration. This man is very afraid to come forward. He was warned not to, and at one point was told he would be, quote, executed. Next.
Executed.
So here's what we need to go through very quickly. It's a
what is he going through here? 2917. The conclusions.
lot to unpack. This is not intended to be, we just did a two.
Okay, conclusions from 30 years. There are two primary types of UAPs, extraterrestrial vehicles and man-made ARVs, which that's alien reproduction vehicles, so reverse engineered UAPs, or electrogravitic propulsion vehicles. Electrogravitic meaning anti-gravity, electromagnetically propelled vehicles. Number two, extraterrestrial groups are not hostile to Earth or humanity. However, they are increasingly concerned about human hostility and weapon systems, nuclear / scalar, etc. So remember, we had that fun 4chan thread a week or two ago where the alleged contractor from a retrieval team talked about how the extraterrestrials, they could destroy us if they wanted to. They don't really care, but they are worried that we're getting a little too hostile. So this tracks, and that's something that we've heard forever. Scalar weapons is something we don't hear a lot because it's sort of a Tesla experimental weapon. If you remember, we did the episode on the Tesla death ray. Tesla talked about scalar weapons as, what an electromagnetic pulse weapon is, right? It sets out an EMP and an electromagnetic pulse, boom, and anything electronic gets disabled or fried from the electromagnetic shock wave. Well, a scalar weapon would be taking that EMP and concentrating it into a beam and firing it, which is all that energy into a beam, which is very, very powerful. And this is something Tesla talked about. And people called him crazy and conspiracy theory and all this stuff that you know. But that's what they're talking about here. That's what they mean by scalar weapons. That apparently we have them, we meaning man, we have them, we use them, and aliens are concerned about them. I don't know if we'll have time to get to it, so I'll just tell you what he says, and if we have time, then we can hear it from his own words. But the gentleman who worked at the South Pole, let me get his name, because he has a website also that I'll give you guys. Eric Hecker and deciphering.tv is his website. And if we have time, we can go over it. Well, Eric Hecker was a contractor working for Raytheon at the South Pole. He was a firefighter down there, which gave him access to everything, for safety. So he has sketches of the entire underground base in the South Pole, all the different technologies that are used there. And one of those technologies is this scalar weapon that he said it just looks like a green laser shooting into the sky. Well, between him and other whistleblowers, it is believed that weapon is actually targeting using neutrino technology to target alien craft, disable and destroy them. That's what's being alleged. And this weapon, this technology is getting more and more advanced, that before man couldn't pose much of a threat to alien vehicles. It just, we're too stupid. But by reverse engineering scalar weapons, now that technology is getting close enough where it's an actual danger to their craft, and it's evolving enough that it could be a danger to their worlds. And if that happens, then it's believed that they will intervene, whatever that means. Number three, extraterrestrial technology has been studied and reverse engineered, leading to breakthroughs in energy and propulsion. So this ISG, the secret government, according to Dr. Greer's allegations and others, they have 0-point energy. They have free energy that they pull out of the quantum vacuum, just like Tesla said could be done. And that's how they power all the craft. And that's what makes them so powerful. And it's also what makes them not want to allow free energy to the rest of the world. Because look, if you're an organization that has free energy and no one else does, you're the most powerful organization on the planet, no matter how big or small you are. Free energy. So apparently that they have that. This an extremely secret organization has been running these projects without legal constitutional government oversight since the late 1950s. There is a whistleblower who used to be in what they call the C-suite of this organization. And I have his name written down somewhere. He's a name that you probably recognize. Is a retired general that used to be a pretty senior guy, part of it. Because that's always the question, right? Is like, who are they and who's in charge? Well, it seems to be a lot of very senior military people that sort of move into this ISG. I don't really know, and I can't find any information how they move, who decides, what happens, how the crossover budget works. It's, the government is already so confusing and so corrupt that you can hide so much stuff in there. Number 5, these illegal projects constitute a grave threat to national security and world security and peace. That's certainly true. Number 6, key members of U.S. government oversight committees have been denied access to these projects, which is a crisis we are working to resolve. So he has a team of lawyers. I think his team is one because they need money. But they're giving all this information to Congress. Congress is in contact with them. He implores people to write your senator, write your rep, write the president, get them involved, demand answers, and they're filing lawsuits and they're trying to get things to move. And Dr. Greer feels like things are moving. I don't, but I can hope. But anytime anyone gets close, there's always a red herring or a reason for no. He talked about it earlier. I think I just zipped by it. They were trying to charge one of these senior military officials with a crime, and they pursued it. And then suddenly it was like, well, you don't have access to him. It's like, well, we need access to him to arrest him. Like, no, you don't have access to him for anything. And that was the end of it. So we're with 2921 on your clock. 30, talking about filing the lawsuit. 3239, he talks about the free energy.
Some people say free energy, but there's 0 point and quantum vacuum energy systems pulling energy out of, let's call it the fabric of space-time. These begin to be developed. Tesla knew about this. So I think Elon Musk doesn't have a Tesla, he has a Musk. A real Tesla, we didn't have to plug in. I'd have one little battery in it. But the point is that these technologies would have a huge revolutionary effect. Macroeconomically, there would be some losers: oil industry, public utilities, nuclear power, now wind, solar, surface roads eventually would be obsolete. So
that's why it can never happen. That's why it can never happen. Oil industry, gone. Utilities, gone. Nuclear power, not necessary. All gone. So what is that? $1 trillion?
Very significant technological advance. And for nearing a century, they have all been withheld. We just released an educational documentary film you can all see called The Lost Century and How to Reclaim It. It's a 2-hour expose of this. I suggest everyone look at it if you have a chance tonight. So these organizations have also been targeting and successfully down to ET vehicles. The covert group has technologies to launch a convincing false flag operation detrimental to the national security.
I'm going to rewind that so you can hear that one more time.
False flag operation, technologies to launch a convincing false flag operation detrimental to the national security. This was the chief topic of my briefing for 3-star General Patrick Hughes at the Pentagon during the Clinton years, because he was not read into this. There were some events that had happened where you could trigger a world war because your top folks in the Congress, the White House, the Pentagon, and CIA, many of them, if they're not part of this covert group, this deep black group illegally, they have no idea what's going on because of the nature of TSSCI, the hyper compartmentalization that happened in the 50s.
What a great way to distract us would be a false flag world war, even not a nuclear one, just a distraction. The TSSCI, that's a top secret designation that he's talking about there. These are the core characteristics of the ISG, the illegal secret government projects. Legal intelligence and military are victims. So that's, at military and intelligence at all levels. He's talking about a 3-star general that could not make anything happen, a 3-star. Similar operations parallel to U.S. projects exist in many, if not most, other countries. We saw the map, certainly. ISG operates without acknowledging national boundaries. That's true. It doesn't matter where. If it's in Australia, they go. If it's in Russia, they go. It doesn't matter. We have the whistleblower tells a very compelling story about Indonesia. Last one, blackmail, bribery, and intimidation are the operational core of ISG. And it looks like those 3 are used fairly interchangeably, fairly liberally. Dr. Greer himself says he was offered $2 billion to stop his work. $2 billion. So that's the kind of money that they're working with. And look, I don't know where your moral center is, but I believe every man has his price. And the most moral person in the world can't be bought for, maybe millions of dollars. But if you start talking about $1 billion that can protect me and my family for the next 10 generations, suddenly maybe I'll just be quiet then and let other people deal with it. Because there's that kind of money. It's like, well, I'll give you $2 million. Not $2 million, not enough, especially under this administration. But billions of dollars buy silence. But they use blackmail frequently and intimidation very, very frequently. I mean, they've even threatened. These agents have even threatened. They don't get cute, like, oh, you may want to be quiet because something could happen. They just say it. If you don't be quiet, we're going to murder you. And then that's it. We have a soldier who talks about being held at gunpoint as the agents discuss with the guns pointed at Marines, uniformed Marines on a mission, just discussing like, hey, should we just smoke these guys? It'd just be easier to just smoke them, right? Why are we doing all this? Just in the open, and have the power and the authority to just murder soldiers that are on duty, on mission, with no fear of any ramifications or reprisal. They just decided in that moment that they wouldn't murder those soldiers. Thank goodness. They probably regret that now because those soldiers have come forward. We're at 37:20 on your clock. At 43:07, we have some recommendations to Congress. I'll just skim through these. Basically, they're just asking for the White House and the executive branch to protect whistleblowers. That's what all this stuff is. Protect whistleblowers. Give amnesty to anyone who's come forward, like if they're violating a clearance, violating NDA. If by coming forward they're breaking an arrangement, an agreement, or a law, give them amnesty. Just let them do it. Let them break it. They're also asking for actual physical protection, physical security, because there are lots of people that they're not willing to put their lives or their families' lives at risk. Because that's another way that the ISG leverages their power is, you threaten me, and it's one conversation that I'll have with you. I mean, me personally, you threaten me, and that we're having a certain conversation. But when you say, forget you, what about your wife? What about her family? What about, your elderly parents? What about all that? Now it's a very different conversation. Now I'm not a tough guy anymore. Because now you've taken all the power away, and now you've put threats to all this other stuff around. That's very easy to get information on anybody. That's very powerful. Because what would you do? If the $1 billion doesn't work, do threats against your family and their immediate family. You show up and your dog's throat is slit on your doorstep, which happens. Now suddenly, is it worth it? So you could see why there's a lot of bravery involved in these whistleblowers. Additional recommendations. Dr. Greer is asking Congress to pass a $50 billion budget to support research and development into zero point and related free energy systems requiring open source disclosure. Never happen. Amnesty provision, 6 to 12 months for all whistleblowers. Possible. Congress to convene open hearings with whistleblowers and evidence. Possibly. Probably not. Congress passed legislation to explicitly protect personal safety, pensions, and private assets of whistleblowers. That could probably get done. Free energy, open source. The ISG, the secret government, would never allow it, but the actual American government would never allow that. It's the main source of American power is energy. All right, so we've got we're at 4:30. We're at 48 minutes on your clock. The show clock here, we're at 2:10. We're 2:10. I move through the witnesses. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Canagramma, you take the $2 billion and siphon the info to the people as you're allowed to. Nope. Marvin the Martian, if they threatened Hecklefish, I would cave. Attaboy. Redbeard, New Jersey, believe me, Greer is a total whack job. Could be. He could be a whack job, Redbeard, but the conversation is still a valid one. Even if you don't believe in anything about the vehicles and the UFOs and the anti-gravity and all that, and if you don't believe in that, I get it. I get it because there's very little evidence that we can see. But even if you don't believe in any of that, just to have the conversation about secret shadow parts of the government using enormous amounts of money to operate outside the law, that's an interesting conversation without UFOs. I think we should have.
It is.
Go ahead.
It is an interesting conversation we should have. We should also have a conversation about a giveaway.
No.
Yes.
All right. What are we doing for the giveaway word? Mincemeat?
Yeah, let's do mincemeat.
Mincemeat. All right. If you're just joining us, and it looks like a few thousand of you are, what you have to do is just type the word mincemeat as you see it, one word, into the chat, and you'll get entered to win a $50 gift card to shop.thewildfiles.com, which is a great way to support the channel, by the way. You can go get some Hecklefish t-shirts or mugs. And so what happens? You put mincemeat in there, put it in the chat. It's the only thing you type in there. We'll pick someone at random. They win a $50 gift card. And what else do they win, Victoria? What else do they win? Did you say
She's on
foot
mute.
rub or?
She's muted.
Oh.
I said
So
that's it.
As one word. And shop.thewildfiles.com. Look at this. Is this week's t-shirt?
It is so cool.
All right, that's the mincemeat t-shirt. That's pretty cool.
And the fun thing about that t-shirt is there's a hidden hecklefish somewhere in the shirt.
There's a hidden hecklefish in there?
There is. There's a hidden hecklefish.
I don't see him.
He's hidden.
Well,
He's hidden. Well, I guess you'll have to buy one. $25.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry for that. You could tell which ones I put up there because they're $19. Like this is my favorite one. This is Fear the Crab Cat. Shop.thewildfiles.com. Great way to support that. Or go to Patreon. You get perks of Patreon for as little as $3 a month.
yep.
Let's do some super chats while that's happening. What do you think?
Yep. Sounds good.
Micah Murph is there for $10.
Chickity, chickity, ching.
Of all the stories of UFO crashes, abductions, and visitations, which one would you like to be a fly on the wall and witness? Betty and Barney and the Rendlesham Forest incident are my top two. Rendlesham Forest would be a good one because that's those are very believable military folks. So I would like to be there for that one. Betty and Barney Hill, I do not believe their story. But I guess it might be interesting to be a fly on the wall there, but I don't believe their story. But lots of folks do. And I know that there's quote unquote evidence and cases to be made to support their story. I'm not a fan of it. Christian Yaris is there. Tonight's topic was a great change of pace, not according to Joshua Jackson, but I'm glad you liked it. Hope you pepper in some more history episodes. No, Joshua Jackson will not allow us to do that. But thank you, Christian. Very nice of you. Mike D's there for 501.
That's what I'm talking about.
Did the first sponsor say why they pulled out?
So they didn't necessarily pull out. So it
I don't know what
was,
Victoria's giggling about.
she wasn't.
I wasn't kidding.
He's
I'm
just
a-
All right,
laughing at the
there she
phrase.
goes. JL for $20. Stay safe when you buck the system with the truth in even small ways. They find a way to get back at you. They certainly do. I keep that IRS letter's going to be coming in the mail any time now. Canada Man, thank you for the $11 Canadian. The CIA, FBI, the NSA, and in the USA, as well as the CSIS and the RCMP here in Canada, have morphed into criminal organizations. They need to be brought to justice. I agree, Canada Man. Who's going to bring them to justice? I mean, they're investigating themselves. I mean, here in our FBI director Christopher Wray can't seem to find anything wrong with his operation or the work he's doing. It all looks above board to him. Mary Ebony Collins, thank you for the $10. Wisconsin's in the house. The connection with James Bond was the cool part. I'm glad you did this one. Thanks, Mary Ebony. Appreciate that. Mom Spaghetti, thank you for the $10.
Hey, thanks for the tip.
Good evening, AJ. Just wondering if the topic of telling the story about Yakub, the black scientist who lived 6,600 years ago, who created the white race.
Hey, tell me, did someone go on Grubhub and order crazy? I think your delivery is here.
I do not know this one, Mom Spaghetti, but I'm willing to entertain it. I mean, white folks had to be created from somewhere. Kyle Trimbach, thank you for the $9.99. Speaking of whistleblowers, I understand the owner of Burisma and his wife have died separately, accidentally recently. Yeah, keep your eye out for that. You're going to see Burisma folks dropping like flies. Kimberly White Chocolate Case, thank you for $4.99. Dropping like flies. Burisma, keep an eye on it. Love the lead into the paid advertisements, especially when you and Hecklefish bicker. Well, he's very rude when I'm trying to say my words. There's Eric Dieter. Eric Dieter, $50.
I used to drive a Cadillac. Then I joined this stupid show. A human doesn't pay me much. I need a lot more dough. I need another shekel. Tip the goldfish. Tip the goldfish. I need a shekel. Tip the goldfish. Tip the goldfish.
We do appreciate the super chats, by the way. Helps keep the channel going. Shops at thewifiles.com. Also helpful if you want stuff for Patreon members, as little as $3 a month. Patreon.com/thewifiles. The book Overthrow by Stephen Kinzer talks about 10 coups the U.S. was involved in. Oh, you just scratched the surface. Most was ran by the CIA, Kermit Roosevelt, Dulles Brothers. Leads to blowback, created Al-Qaeda. True. It's based on Manifest Destiny Doctrine, New World Order, and American Century. Yep, I know the book, Eric Dieter. It's a good suggestion. And everything in that comment is true. We talked a little bit about the Dulles brothers on the Patreon live stream earlier, because a lot of folks have heard of Alan Dulles, who was a very powerful director of the CIA. But Alan was an attorney, and his brother also an attorney. And the law firm that they were partners in represented Nazis and Nazi organizations before, during, and after the war. It's something that's not covered all that much. It would have been nice to throw in the episode, but it's an aggressive story, a very aggressive story.
Hey, yo, making it rain over here.
Christina Hanks for $5. Hey, guys, thanks for the episode. Please shout out Braden and Peyton. They haven't watched in a couple of weeks. They're excited.
Hello, Braden and Peyton. Woo! Woo!
Thumbs up from Gina. Paul's back. You're not the alien guy. You are the making people question the official narrative and seek the absolute truth guy. I'll take that. I'll take that. Tony Smith, $5. Get Hecklefish a girlfriend.
This human right here, this human gets it.
Yeah, that's just what he needs.
I think it's going to be
I
fun.
think he just likes to hang out at the Spearmint Goldfish. BP for 550 Canadian is a Man and Men in Black episode possible? Like, is there any evidence? Love the channel. Keep up the great work. BP, it's a weird episode to do because Men in Black is just kind of that phrase for, you know, the agents that show up and kind of hassle you. They're always in the dark suits. It could be a million different things, but is there evidence of it? There are whistleblowers that say they've been intimidated by these folks. So maybe we can do it.
I think an interesting aspect to that Men in Black is that some people also link that to the shadow people and the Hat Man.
That's true. Could be. AccuRocks is their 550 Canadian. AccuRocks web music radio. Greer is interesting, but now sadly it's starting to sound like a cult. I don't see it that way, AccuRocks, but I can understand it. You know, if you've watched the After Files, and I know you have, you know that I'm definitely not in the Greer cult. If anything, I'm kind of skeptical of him. But I tend to believe the whistleblowers, especially senior military people with a lot to lose. I tend to believe them. And even if all of it's nonsense, I like the idea of shining the light on government agencies. I like that idea. I think they have too much power. I don't care for that one bit. Hans S. $100.
Oh, yay!
What the fish needs now are tips, sweet tips. They're the only thing to bring a smile to my little lips. Or buy a shirt, a mug, or a hat. If it's easier, just click the super chat.
Hans says funding for Gino's Story Hour.
Woo!
I don't know. I don't think I'm going to share that with him. Also, I think the timing of this video is perfect, right? As another Kennedy enters the presidential race. Ooh. I like RFK, but I don't see him getting very far.
Hey, Hans, you could buy a lot of cavemancoffeeco.com with that $100. So if you want to support Gino's Story Hour, you can go to cavemancoffeeco.com, use the promo code YFiles, and get yourself a whole bunch of coffee to put in those fistable mugs, which you could also get on the YFiles.com.
Very good.
Nice.
Is there a Y-Files coffee on here yet?
Next week.
Next week?
But that doesn't mean don't buy it this week, because they also got a lot of good stuff. Try their nitros and a whole bunch of stuff. Everyone said they were buying it last week. I'm waiting for those orders.
No, I'd probably wait for next week, but or now or this week, either way. David Valeth for $10. We didn't get to it last week. Please tell us more about the Net Geo video of the orbs that made crop circles right before our eyes. You said there's video of Blackhawks chasing them. What else you know? There are videos of that. They're different orbs. The one you're talking about, that's the what's his name? The castle, something castle, where the crop circles made it right before our eyes. That's allegedly debunked, but I can't find evidence of the debunking because we know that video. We know when that video was taken and like what day and time, and we know when he showed it at the pub, and it was just a day, which in 1991 is not really enough time to do VFX and CG, but you know, that's what they say. It's debunked. The other videos of helicopters chasing orbs are all different times. I do have those videos.
I'm putting one of those in the private chat.
I don't think we're going to be able to get to too much of that tonight, though. The year's best footage, Reverse Mermaid, Story Hour has pick Henry Hudson.
The one at the end. You got to go way down. You got a whole bunch of mermaid there. Go down to the last comment.
Instagram reel.
That's it.
Should I show that?
Yes, that's the crop circle being built in front of our eyes.
All right, hang on. Where's he at? I'm trying to figure it out.
Yikes. You call this a live stream? How are you not embarrassed?
Not like getting called out by the chat.
A young man who had spent the night here and brought a video camera with him. Oh, this is the same video that we've seen.
So you could see some drones there or something.
Oliver Castle. Boy, I really like the fast forward through your Instagram story, dude.
Here it
There we
comes
go.
right here.
That's a great video. Yeah, so the official word is this is debunked, but I can't find the company that did this and that did the VFX in one day in 1991. And there are the crop circles. It's, you know, they are there. So they'd have to do the VFX to match that actual crop circle from the sky because it was there. I think I'm ready to click it.
Click it.
And let me know in the chat. We're going to click this. And do you want to go back to Greer and hear some of the whistleblowers, or do you want to get to Gino's story hour? Let me know in the chat. And we'll do whatever you guys want to do. There's Shannon. There's Kyle. There's Defiant. There's Cool Man Jenna. Sean. Mastermind. Michael. Colorado Kid. Denver. Tammy's there. Craig. Hendricks. Jersey Bob.
Jersey Bob. Woo!
Jersey Bob is the winner. And is this fake? Is this staged? Is this a setup? Can you
No.
affirm?
Not
Can
this
you,
one. Yeah, this one's a
can you
legit.
affirm that you don't know Jersey Bob and this isn't a scam?
Don't know.
Victoria can't affirm it. She won't do it.
Well, I don't know if we actually know Jersey Bob by the screen name, but it's not rigged.
I know his brother Mike. He makes good sandwiches.
He does.
But dumb.
Uncle Fatty's is just the tip. Joe T thinks it's Gino time, but Daniel thinks it's Greer time.
Oh
We
my
got
God.
Greer, Dr. Greer. Congratulations, Journey Bob. Congrats, Jersey. Gino, Mincemeat, Greer. Dang. Blackbeard wants whistleblower with so many exclamation points.
Gino, Greer, Gino, Greer, Gino, Greer, Gino.
Flip a coin.
No.
I guess I should have just. All right, here we go. While I'm doing this, can Victoria, can you explain how he won, what he won, and how he gets it?
So for your $50 gift certificate to the Wi-Fi store, come to Discord and enter a help desk ticket with your name and email, and I'll get it right to you tonight.
And then you can go to the store and there's all kinds of cool things. I just saw we had a tank top. I didn't know we had one of those.
I put 2 up.
Nice.
It's hot.
Hey, Summer, I need to get one.
Yeah, I saw there was a tank top up there.
A
Yeah.
couple. And our most popular styles. They're pretty quick, so you could probably just scroll over. I put them up front.
I have gotten a few requests for new shot glasses.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
those
a good.
Okay.
They don't even have any right now.
Oh, they don't?
Maybe Gino could do some glass blowing. I'm looking at the poll, and we're at 62% Greer and 38% Gino story hour.
I mean, it's basically the same thing. Greer is just ripping off my story hour and telling them in a not as exciting way.
Is that
Yeah.
what he's doing? Is he biting your rhymes? All right. Well, we're coming up on 2:30. I guess we'll do Greer until the 3-hour mark. And
You
get the
also
story
have
hour.
your mermaids in there.
Because look, we lost 2,000 viewers
I know.
in the past 2 minutes. We got to get back. We got to get back to work.
Yeah.
What was that? You were waving?
Well, if you're going to go back to talking to the guy or talking about the guy,
There she goes. All right. We'll just have to hold it for Gino's story hour. Just because I voted for Gino's story hour, actually. But, you know, I'm just one vote. And Gino's frozen, which is, I got to take him off because it's creepy. Oh, no, he's just very peaceful. He wasn't frozen. He was just still. Well, I didn't care for that one bit. That was even creepier because he started to move. And it was like that Twilight Zone episode when they're in the department store and the mannequins just come to life. Gino was that mannequin. All right. We've got Colonel Donald Heckert, retired Air Force. Colonel Heckert was high-end test pilot. He worked Area 51. His wife worked for CIA. So he's a serious guy. And he describes an encounter at 51 on your clock. Let's see what you got.
Concerns me because my armed escort isn't there. Out of North Vietnam, Laos, heading for me in orbit. That concerns me because my armed escort isn't there.
So these are the two aircraft he's flying. He's talking about he's on mission, but he's not armed. He has an armed escort. I think he flies sometimes U-2s, you know, spy planes and stuff. So he's up there and suddenly he's like, where's my wingman?
Now I'm completing about halfway down this next pathway, and they tell me, oh, don't worry, that target is above 70,000 feet, and you know it can't get at you at this point.
All right. I'm just catching you up, and then I'll let him finish the story. So he sees an object on his heads up, and it's like, all right, there's a thing here, but I don't have my escort. So what's going on? And they say, don't worry, it's 70,000 feet. It's, you know, it's way above you. So you're good. You're good.
So I'm a little relieved, but then I finally get to see it, and it's on a wavelength of light that I've only seen one other place, and that is in a nuclear pile on an active nuclear power generation, and it's called Teller light. It is very unique, very white, very, very bright. So we look up, and it's an 11 o'clock, and over here off my left shoulder, about 10 o'clock. My backseater is stumbling to make their emergency detection systems and our defensive systems active. We watch this thing, and it's way above there, and I'm a little relieved until all of a sudden, through the mid-term of the orbit, it comes from 70,000 feet down to 12,500 feet in 2 seconds. And now it's tracking off my nose and staying at 5 nautical miles away. That sets off everything in my aircraft. The 3 GCIs and the AWACS are really concerned about me at this point. And as we go on parallel with this,
The GCIs and the AWACS, those are like reporting stations, just that keep an eye on the air and manage the traffic.
Flying at 5 miles an hour, I'm really concerned. And then they ask me, will you intercept this if you can? Well, the airplane, the RF-4C, is a Mach 2 plus airplane. I've been in flight for a little while, and so I probably, if I go to afterburner, only have about 15 minutes of fuel left. But I agreed to intercept. The reason I did was I have a new one-of-the-kind
IR infrared sensor, but it's on the bottom of the airplane. So my backseater and I agree, hey, this is important. We can see this. We need to document it. I go to Afterburner, and we accelerate very quickly through Mach 1, go up to about Mach 1.2.
Figure he's 900 miles an hour.
And I close to within 3 nautical miles of this UFO. And we've got it now on our radar. We've got it pegged. The guy in the back seat can't see it on his display because that sensor's pointing down. So I pitch up, do a supersonic climb up, and he says, we got it, we got it, we got it. That white light at 3 miles goes out of sight within less than 2 seconds. And they say, don't worry about it. It's above 80,000 feet in those 2 seconds. I go back to the home base because I'm out of fuel, land, all that material, all the mission material is confiscated, and I'm told, don't talk about it. Well, what happens next is I'm not happy with that answer because I've seen something very, very real. I call the GCI site on what's called the Audubon or telephone system. I say, hey, I'd like to talk to the senior controller that was on duty, tell him I was a UFO pilot that they were just controlling. And he comes on the phone and says, hey, we're all really excited about this. And then I hear him say, yes, sir. Okay. Says, bye. Click. I couldn't talk to the other 2 GCI sites, and that goes away, and I never know anything about it until later. The next one is on a U2R, and that's a Blackbird. I'm at 70,000 feet above that on the DMZ of Korea. This has been a combo mission, which means I'm taking photo intelligence during the daylight, and then I'm doing what is called an ELINT comment mission in a butterfly track 3 miles off the DMZ. We have a sunshade that protects you during the daytime in the U2 because the sunlight's so intense. You're about above 98% of the atmosphere at that point. Anyway, I have that slidden back, everything's looking good, and all of a sudden I am blinded by that same frequency light from above. It turns my black airplane white. And the U-2, as the last ditch saving method to avoid a missile, can do a turn at less than 7 nautical miles at the same altitude the SR-71 is at. SR-71 takes 160 miles to do that same U-turn. There is nothing to my knowledge in the world that is man-made that can stay with the U-2 at that altitude turning the max turn unless it's another U-2. This light tracks me from above. Now, I can show you later missiles that come between me and my other RF-4. My airplane's got holes in it. They never made me abort a reconnaissance operational mission. This scared me so bad that I had to abort. But when I land, normal debrief does not take place. They just say, go shower and go to your room.
Go shower and go to your room. And that was the end of it. And so this happened a million years ago, right? This is over Korea. I don't think I don't know if he even said it, but he was flying missions in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And he and his wife have a conversation, and she works for Intel, and they just go quiet on it. He comes forward, just recently. So, I can understand being skeptical of Dr. Greer and a lot of this, but when colonels who are American heroes come forward, in their 70s and 80s, it's why this colonel seems very believable to me. I want to get to Sergeant Herrera because his story is crazy. Oh, I've got a moth in here. All right, I'm going to summarize until we get to the craft. All right, that's the sergeant. All right, so it's 2009, which was a very busy year for UAPs, and he's on mission. He's in Marines. I think 7 guys in the stick, and they're there in Indonesia because the Obama family has some family members there, and they're going to get them out. And when they're kind of moving through the jungle, and they come across this object that they see kind of from far away. They're looking for high ground to assess and plan how to move forward, and then they see this object, and they start to move
it's
on it.
always going to be basically imprisoned in my mind for the rest of my life, and it has been for 14 years, was something that was rotating, and it was transitioning between colors like a light matte gray as well as a dark matte black. So in between, that's what it kept, and it was very smooth. We had all looked at each other as we got online, and we decided to investigate. The further thing I want to say is that I actually took pictures and video of this before we actually trucked down. We had a dump pouch where we basically, if we expend ammunition, we want to retain our magazines, so we put those there. So I dropped my camera in there, and we decided to go down. We didn't have any communications, which was weird, and that was a very odd thing, and it's something that either could have been good that we didn't, or it could have been something that could have been very bad. And it just however you want to look at that. Once we got down this slope, we were approximately 150 meters away from this craft. When we all got to the point where we could see it, just like behind here, again,
There's the sketch of it.
Phenomenal job. You can see that the craft here actually was roughly about 300 feet. And the reason why I know this is because you could fit 3 of the helicopters that we flew in on underneath this craft. It was rotating a clockwise motion. The panels here that you see, the black ones, at least 3 of them, was like a Vanta black, very dark. I have no idea what that was. On the very top, there was like a pyramid structure that you could see the shadowing of it, which would elicit that was a pyramid structure. And it had an audible hum to it, kind of like a guitar amp if you were to unplug that, or like a transformer. It's very audible. If I was to hear that sound again, I could tell you, okay, it's probably this thing or something similar to that. It's very distinct. And the way that it was floating, which was about 10 or 15, 20 feet off the ground, it was kind of a very eerie thing to see because I've never seen anything like that in my life. When we got up to that point, we were there.
Okay, here's where it gets kind of crazy. And all right, so they're up there on high ground. They see this object. It's octagonal. They don't know what it is. So they move in and get closer, and they go, "Oh my God, this is crazy!" It's this black craft just hovering. And remember, these things they aren't hovering like bobbing in the air. It's just there, stuck in the air with all the space underneath. And he says it's making a humming sound that reminded him of like a guitar amp. So that kind of like almost a feedback kind of hum that he said it's the only that if he heard it again, he would instantly identify it with this craft. It was a sound he had never heard before. And a lot of the whistleblowers say the same thing. These sounds, they can almost feel them in their body. So they move closer to see what it is. And next thing you know, they're confronted by what he calls a rogue military force. The problem is they're speaking English, wearing all black, no insignias, and they're armed much better than the current Marines are. And this sergeant, his unit is one of the most advanced, highly decorated units in the Corps at this time, and they come across a rogue force better equipped than they are with weapons. I think they're using what, A4s with weapons aren't even issued to Marines yet.
Then intercepted by a team of soldiers or rogue military force, if you will. The most concerning thing about this is they all had American dialects. They had American gear. They had OTVs, black. They had black camouflage. They had very similar setups to what we had, but more high speed, something what you would see special operation groups these days have. They had no insignias on. They had no ranks. They had nothing that would signify who they were. They had black ball caps. They had M4A4s that were equipped with ACOGs, which was a step up from what we were currently issued, as well as PEC 16 IR illumination devices that you use for night vision and night patrols, things like that. So we were engaged. We had 8 of them put the drop on us. You could audibly hear them flow the safety selectors off. They basically started screaming at us, telling us what we were doing. We were not allowed to be there. Who were we with? What were we doing there? Threatened that they could kill us right then and there. We could get lost in the jungle. They could throw us out of a helicopter if they needed to. It was very nerve-wracking at that point, especially looking to my fellow Marines and seeing the reactions on their faces too. We were all freaking scared, to say nonetheless.
All right, I'm going to move forward on your clock to 1:15:47, and then I'll catch you up. All right, so they show up, and Rogue Military Force M4A4s. So they're armed with new high-tech gear. These Marines are, I think, M16s at this point. So you've got this detachment, this group of no insignias, all black camouflage, speaking English, driving F-350s, and put guns in the Marines' faces, disarm them, and start questioning them. Now, what the sergeant is looking around, and he sees big plastic, what he calls Ziploc bags, just big Ziploc bags. So he thinks that these are mercenaries, that these are like mercs working security for a drug smuggling operation. That's what he thinks. There's a UFO here, but he doesn't know why are these big vac seal bags? He finds out later that they're vac sealing people is what they're for. And when we take you to 1:15,
trucks, which were weapon cases that I've seen before because of something that we've actually loaded weapons into. They had 2 of them that were in the back of each truck. They also had these containers that was illustrated right here, which come to find out through recent revelations from yesterday from somebody who came forward to Dr. Greer. I don't know who they are, but what they had told him and what he has told me is that this gentleman knows exactly what these were used for because they had like a cylinder on the front, which is either for oxygen or what I hypothesized was for vacuum sealing, which lead me to suspect that they were smuggling narcotics or drugs. Come to find out it's more disturbing than that. This gentleman has firsthand account with this and says that it was for people. It's very disheartening, especially because that part of the world have already gotten ravaged. And it's something that is very hard to see right now because of what I've witnessed. And it's very disheartening. And this is.
And he starts to get a little emotional here. And remember, at this point, they don't know if they're going to live or die. So he's just trying to capture as much information as he can. But he's terrified for that.
It actually had on the corners of each of these, which was an octagonal shape craft, by the way. On each corner, it emanated a light. It was either red, yellow, green, or blue. Only those 4 colors I can distinctly remember. It didn't make any additional high-pitched sounds when it rose up. Once it got past that tree line, it shot over to the left, basically where the ocean was, at so fast, I would estimate probably 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 miles an hour instantaneous like that. There was no rotor wash, no exhaust that would disturb the trees, vegetation. The coconuts that were on these trees were not even touched.
That struck me as very, very interesting. So it shoots off at 4,000 or 5,000 miles an hour. That's crazy, but no disturbing of the trees. So, he talks about roto wash, right? So we get all that, a helicopter lands and, it's crazy with the wind because the blades are cutting through the soup that is our atmosphere, because our atmosphere looks empty, but it's really, really thick, as you know. So you would think that it doesn't care about gravity. Fine. It's anti-gravity, but it's still in the atmosphere. And when it moves, when an object, whatever it is, moves through the atmosphere, it's going to displace atmosphere. That's how atmosphere works. This object didn't displace any air. It just zipped away at 5,000 miles an hour without displacing air. So how does it do that? The only way it could do that is if the object or the skin or whatever it is could somehow phase through matter, which sounds crazy, but most of everything is empty, right? The space between atoms is most of everything is empty. So technology could be created that could find a way to shift through the empty atoms and phase like walking through walls. And it sounds like science fiction. But later we get a whistleblower and a confirmation that the objects that this ISG has reverse engineered can do exactly that. That's why we see them flying down into the ocean without really any splash, is because they're just phasing through the matter. Oh, pardon, that's not.
This live stream is so disappointing. Just so disappointing.
So I thought that was really interesting. And now I'm going to skip to 1835 or so, when this rogue military force is deciding what should we do with these Marines.
Kind of went in that motion and made sure they were secured so we couldn't really get them as easy. And they escorted us back up this slope. And they told us we were not allowed to look back. Two, that we were not able to talk about this. They were actually, two of the guys were actually talking about either, hey, should we smoke these guys right now? That's what they kept saying. It was kind of feeding more into the fear at that point because, again, I don't know who these guys are. I know they had American gear. They had American sidearms as well.
All right, so they're standing there, and at this point, the rogue force, I don't know what you'd call them, the men in black, the armed men in black, they take the mags out of their rifles. They clear them. They put the ammo in their packs in a way that they can't get to it easily. They throw the rifles back on their shoulders. I mean, they're so rough with him that he actually gets cut from the strap of his M16. And but while they're standing there, one of the soldiers in black is saying, should we just smoke these guys right now? Meaning, should we just murder these Marines right now? Because it'd just be easier. We'll just drop these Marines right here. We'll bury them in the desert. We never have to deal with any of this. Fortunately, that didn't happen, but that was a discussion that was being had in front of the Marines. It wasn't a hushed conversation. It was just that's how little that the lives were valued. And what the sergeant goes on to say here is, in his mind, he's thinking these are Americans with American weapons and American sidearms speaking. He's going, they clearly understand and have experience with military protocols. These are American military guys. So he's wondering, did they take the same oath that I did? So he's disheartened by that because he takes his oath seriously. But this is
these guys have actually taken an oath like we have, and then why they're going against people like us and even willing to kill servicemen who just even stumbled onto this, it just blows my mind, and it's very sick. So as we broke atop this hill, we decided to book it, and we ran back to the LZ. There was a gunnery sergeant that was attached to the ship. I don't know this gentleman personally, but I know he's very happy.
LZ's their pickup point. It's a landing zone.
Unhappy with seeing us because we had actually had our weapons slung. We were not combat effective at that point. If we needed to be,
all right, so not combat effective. So Gunny's there in the LZ going, why? They were supposed to go there hot. Their mission is hot, and they come back and they got rifles on their shoulders and they're all a mess. And Gunny's like, yo, what is going on? Mission fail.
He asked specifically why we were. We didn't tell him exactly why. We just came up with an excuse. And then we waited for the next CH-53 to approach, and we got on board, flew back to the ship. We turned our weapons in back to the armory. We took our gear off back in our berthing, and we went upstairs to be debriefed by an admiral that I've never seen before. And it was kind of somebody who was out of place. I don't know if he has any kind.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead on your clock too. 21:33. What happens here is they get back. They're debriefed by an admiral he's never seen before, and the admiral's not wearing any name tag, which he's supposed to wear. He's not wearing any name tag, but he's a Marine. He's Marine sergeant. He's not going to ask. He's debriefed by the stranger. They get back to their bunks, and he had and so his camera was locked in his locker. He had a camera and he was taking pictures and video of all this stuff up until, you know, they ran into the rogue force. He gets back and on his rack is his camera, torn open, memory card's gone, his box is tossed, all the Marines in his stick, all their lockers are open and torn through, but no one else in the unit is affected. Only those guys. So someone inside knows that they were there and knows exactly who it was. What he talks about earlier in the story is as the rogue force is deciding, you know, what do we do with these Marines? The rogue force, one of the guys in black goes up to the Marines, reaches at each of their jackets in their shirts, and that's where they keep their ID. That is where it goes. And these guys knew that's where it goes. So they went in, they grabbed everybody's ID, took pictures of it, ran it through a scanner that he said was a super high-tech BATS scanner that they wouldn't have access to, and said, now we know who all you guys are. Gave the IDs back. So that information got back to their base somehow. And in the time that he's being debriefed, which could be a few hours, the lockers are tossed, and only those 6 lockers. And now we get to conclusion of the story.
I gave him the proper greeting of the day, gave him the salute. He had pulled.
All right. This isn't other guys from his unit have come forward. No one else has given their name, except one guy responds to him and says, hey, man, this is asking too much of me and it's not worth the risk. My family and military career far exceed anything you're asking of me. It's not worth my life or jeopardizing my family. I know we go back, but this is asking too much. You need to get out of whatever you are in and don't get me involved with this mess. My career isn't worth helping you. Don't ever ask me to do this shit ever again. And that was in the member of his platoon.
Pulled me into an office and he has said, you are not allowed to tell anybody in your chain of command. I don't care if it's a general. I don't care if it's anybody. You are not allowed to talk about what happened. You can go to prison for this or you could be killed. So he slid over a non-disclosure agreement, and it had 2 things that I can recall to this day as I quickly skimmed through it, because again, I had thought we were going to forget about this whole mess. And one was said TSSCI and the other said Indonesia. There's only 2 things I can recall out of that. So I was forced to sign that. I signed it, and I had got the hell out of there as quick as I could. Before I did that, I tried to ask him who he was, and he would not tell me who he was. So I hightailed it back, and I have not spoken about it ever since I was able to recently, because with the law passed. But that is my account for you guys. This is also an urging for anybody in Washington, D.C. as a political figure. Please get this under control, because there are people who are either being hurt or killed by this, and it's something that needs to be addressed. Please.
When he says killed or being hurt, what he's talking about is this ISG, this rogue government or whatever it is going on missions that sometimes their missions involve killing other people, but they don't have the authority to do that. But they're doing it under different banners. They're doing it, you know, hey, we're American, we're special ops, or we're this, we're that. So that's why he's saying we got to get this under control, because not only are they out there killing other people, but just soldiers part of this, you know, this ISG are putting themselves in danger of getting killed. So he's saying we got to get it under control. All right, we're coming up on 3 hours on the show. It might be time for a little story hour with Gino. And if we have time, we can get back to Dr. Greer's press conference. If you want a little tease of what comes up with the press conference, we've got Stephen Dignan Jr., U.S. Army, also a Raytheon contractor. And he worked out of Fort Irwin, Sergeant Alpha Company Group, in charge of live fire exercises. And they were in the middle of live fire exercises out there, which means bullets, right? Bullets are being shot, so dangerous. And giant craft just come in and it's just ceasefire, and going crazy, and he's weirded out because there's a couple of guys here that say, "Oh, don't worry, we understand what these craft are. You know, don't worry about it." So he doesn't. He's like, "There's UFOs in the middle of a live fire exercise." They're like, "No, they're fine. Just leave them alone. You know, call ceasefire." And then later we find out that they're actually Raytheon V block craft. This is 2000, 2001. After that, we've got DC Long, U.S. Army Fort Bragg. Talks about visiting a bunker, Range 19, bunker deep underground, and then things go really bad for him and his father. From that, and then the final whistleblower is Eric Hecker, also Raytheon, who was the contractor at South Pole, the firefighter in the South Pole who had access to everything. And we've got some great pictures and sketches and stuff of the faster than light communications. He even mentions Gary McKinnon, if you remember him from a few episodes ago. Gary McKinnon was the Scottish hacker who hacked into NASA and found all kinds of evidence of secret space program and all this stuff. Well, what Eric finds in the South Pole confirms everything that Gary McKinnon found. Remember, the U.S. government pursued him very aggressively, wanted to put him in jail for years, you know, for grabbing state secrets. So this technology is faster than light communications, neutrino laser, green laser shooting up at the cosmos, some type of neutrino device. And it is an earthquake generating device. He says it's operational right now. And they actually had two earthquake misfires when they were spinning it up. So if we have time, that's what's coming up. But right now we've got Gino's Story Hour.
Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go? Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go? Jet set and betting at the regular scenes. Worldwide travel fiend with the green. Jack carries the bone who bears. Big bushes change smell. Thaw the air. Hey, hippity doppity doppity doo. Where's Gino? Yeah, that's who. And yeah, it's true, cause that's a dude he cares about. He brings around them vibes and the souls up.
All right, I don't know what the story is. Can you tell me the name of the story just so I know for later when we pull the clip?
This is clearly not
the Lake Baikal swimmers.
The what kind of swimmers?
Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal is a lake in Russia, in Siberia.
I know. I got it. Lake Baikal swimmers. Okay, and we've got some media, some corroborating, supporting media.
We do have some pictures to bring up, some videos. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff about Lake Baikal, and a ton of UAP sightings and a lot of activity there. So besides just the Lake Baikal swimmers story. So I'm going to just kind of go through a little bit of all of it because they're all kind of very short pieces of the puzzle here. If you go to the videos email that I sent you, you could start with the one at the bottom.
Email?
I sent you an email. You should have emails with links. And
let me guess, you sent it during the show?
Oh, maybe. Probably.
Please stand by. I don't think he's working on the Philosopher's Stone at this moment. I think he's
I'm trying to find the emails.
His email.
Well, I'll talk about Lake Baikal while you're looking for the emails. Lake Baikal, it's in Siberia. It's the world's deepest and oldest freshwater lake. It holds 20% of all of the world's fresh water, which is insane. That's more water than all of the Great Lakes combined.
No, hang on. Hang on. Oh,
that's crazy.
Yeah. So go to the last photo there.
Shit. Hang on.
As far as live streams go, this one is terrible.
They've also found human remains there as far back as 22,000 BC, which is so hard for my mind to wrap itself around. So what you're seeing there is on the very left-hand side is how deep Lake Baikal goes, and on the right is showing the rest of the Great Lakes. So you could see that it goes almost more than double every single one of them, and it starts at a higher elevation as well. So not only that, it has about 1,700 species of plants and animals of there, and it's of those, 2/3 of them are only found in Lake Baikal, which is, again, a tremendous amount. Lake Baikal, it's the 7th largest as far as surface area as well in the world. And again, it's as big as the country of Belgium or Maryland. So again, pretty big lake. It holds one of the largest underwater telescopes in it. AJ, you might know more about this. I had to look this up. They have one of the largest telescopes underwater. It's a neutrino detector. Conducting research I'm reading this here. Conducting research below the surface of Lake Baikal since 2003. It studies neutrinos coming through the Earth with results on atmospheric Maun lux, MUON, Maun lux, flux. It picks up many atmospheric neutrinos created by the cosmic rays interacting with the atmosphere, as opposed to the cosmic neutrinos, which give us clues to cosmic events and are therefore of greater interest to physicists. I don't know what any of that means, but I know there's a huge telescope under there. So if I did send you an email with the ones that you were just showing that says videos. That has a bunch of links to what it looks like there with the ice and everything. Most 6 months of the year, it's frozen. It's the world's clearest lake as well, as far as clear water. And one other weird thing it has is the only place in the world where it has freshwater seals that are only freshwater seals. They don't even know where they came from. When you pull up the map, which is one of the links in the video's email, it's a Google Earth picture. You could see where this lake is in the middle. It's nowhere near. I don't know how a seal is walking around there. There must be a Mel's Hole connection somewhere Lake Baikal, because I don't know how the seals get from the ocean to there. Even if they were going through every river possible, any river that's possible, it's too long of a trek. And again, we're talking about it being frozen 5 to 6 months of the year.
Was there, like, I don't know how the continents were settled and, when everything broke apart and then moved around. Was that part of Russia at some point closer to?
It was formed by 2 plates coming together. That's also what I found out in just reading up on the history of the lake. 2 plates came together and filled in with fresh water.
Yeah, you could see the plates here.
So cool.
So on again, if you go to the videos link, you could pull up just any of those other videos, and they all are just about Lake Baikal, not about the story itself. So you could see this is what the ice looks like. This is someone walking on the ice here. The noise sounds like laser beams.
What?
That's recorded at Lake Baikal.
Wow.
Now, it was interesting to note that a lot of that's not just local to Lake Baikal. On any kind of ice, that's often what it's sounds like. Now here, I can't believe Russia. I'm looking at Lake Baikal in the summer. People are just hanging out on the beach. There's bears just roaming around, having a playtime with the people.
We do not worry about bears. We like bears. We play with bears in the water.
They're freaking bears in the ocean, and people are just swimming.
Pete,
Or, sorry,
cubs
the
too. You
lake.
think that mama bear would be protective of her cubs, but
And she's just walking away like it's summer camp at the local swimming pool.
that's a dangerous situation there.
Yeah.
Well, you think that's dangerous? Wait till we get into the rest of the story. So you could go ahead and just hit any of that. So that right there is nitrogen bubbles from underneath. There are like thermal tubes that keep the lake also a little warm underneath, which allows all of the those species that I was talking about, those 1,700 species that are local there, to grow really big. So they got amphipods, what they were called. They look like little shrimp that are usually tiny, that are up to 4 inches long, swimming around there, plus a bunch of other interesting marine life.
That's so cool looking.
So now this is a person who's walking on the ice, and what we're looking at there is how clear it is underneath. And what we're seeing is the wind going around his feet as he's walking. So that's not like water flow underneath him. That's airflow around him on top of the ice.
That's freaky.
That's crazy.
So again, everything we're seeing here is about Lake Baikal. There's a ton of paranormal UFO, UAP sightings that go on there. Again, to go through a couple of quick ones. There was a yacht that was on the lake, and underneath them, that took up more than 3 times their yacht. They saw a lit up submergible, so USO underneath them that they saw for 2 minutes, and then lights were gone and it shot off from underneath them, stayed in the water. Another
this
one,
lake is over a mile deep.
Over a mile deep, as you could see in those pictures. It's showing how deep it really goes, deeper than humans can go.
Mm-hmm. James Cameron could go.
So strangely enough, James Cameron, it's rumored that he wants to go there to make a documentary on this lake. Another sighting in July 2009, quote, "My son and I went out to the balcony to see the last of the sunset. Suddenly there appeared these 2 glowing points and they hovered over the water." Now he took pictures of the incident, and I sent those to you. You'll see in the last email I sent, it's called Orange Circles.
These pictures.
Now what you're seeing there is the ice also gets emerald. So that's a picture of what it looks like there. So these 2 are pictures, UAPs caught by someone who was on his balcony that lives off of the lake. And the reason I was so interested in this is, again, this continues to come up over and over. What we're seeing here is exactly what I saw when I had my UAP experience. It's exactly what's described by Jeremy Corbell with his UAP experience. So when I know that I had something like this happen with my own 2 eyes, and then I see a picture like this and a description, it really gives me pause to wonder, hey, is this something that's based in that is reality based, and not just a trick that happened to me in the middle of the night as I was driving down the 5. So another incident that happened was there was fishermen that were on a boat, and they were training students there, and they saw a bowl that was glowing. It started to fade, and then turn different colors, and then turned red, and then and this is like the size of a dodgeball. Not what we're seeing here, not these orange ones. Those were just large UAP sightings. But in this other sighting, like the size of a dodgeball, submerges itself underwater and is gone. So that's another strange sighting that people saw. Then on the right above the lake, in 1987, there was a sighting where 13 people seen a UAP that was about 200 feet around, and they said in the center of it was a purple beam that came out of it, and around the sides of it were glowing yellow lights. Like they thought that it could have been windows that they were seeing yellow lights come from. So also that's very interesting to me, because if that was further away, they seen that at 150 meters. If that was further away, maybe that would look like the orange discs that we're seeing there. But also comes into the next story. Now again, that was 13 people that seen them. Then in earlier 1977, there was two researchers who brought submersible devices that they could go inside, and they could go down to a depth of 1,200 meters. So again, not really that far into the lake when you're talking about a mile down. So as they were down there, these submersibles, they have large lights that go on them, so they could look at whatever is below them. They seen all of a sudden, because it's pitch black down 1,200 meters down there, all of a sudden their whole submersible lights up in a yellow light. So they're like, what's going on here? They turn off their lights, and the submersible is still lit up. They can't see what's lighting it up, but something lights it up for 2 or 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden turns off, and it's black as night again. So they said it was like as if the submersible was lit from above and the sides by 2 strong spotlights. And a minute later, the unknown floodlights went out, and they found themselves in total darkness. So though that's really a bunch of the stories that happen around the lake that kind of led when I went down the rabbit hole of the original story, I found out. Now, the most important story is the Baikal swimmers. So what was happening is in March of 1982, they were doing military exercises on the lake. Now, half the lake it's just coming out of frozen. So there's a ton of frozen. It's still frozen on top. They got to cut themselves in to get in. I think you put a picture of what it looks like to cut in to get people in there. And so they were doing these military dives, and they were going down to a depth of 50 meters. So they sent in a team, and while this team is doing this training exercise and they're down there, they see humanoid creatures that are twice the size of humans, so around 10 to 12 feet, down there that appear out of the darkness. Now, how do they see them out of the darkness? Because they're they have like a translucence and a phosphorescence to them that they could see coming off their heads. Now, they're not wearing any kind of helmets that they could recognize, but they're wearing almost what looks like jellyfish on their head, and it looks like they have a full air bubble inside of them. But they can't see any tubes or any breathable instruments or anything like that. And you can see on the screen here artist rendition of what they were describing. Also, that they had arms and legs, and they were in either silver outfits or their skin was silver. They couldn't tell the difference if it was a suit or not a suit. So now these divers see these things, and they don't know what they are. So they're not hostile, nothing, everything. They're just kind of staring at them. They are spooked and get back up to the surface. Now, to get back up to the surface, they have to go through different steps so they don't get the bends and decompress. So they get back up to the surface and they tell their commanding officer what they've seen. Now, of course, no one believes any of this. So the commanding officer says, get back in that water, take this net, this long line and this hook. So now we're seeing Dumb Donald on screen there. That's what I thought of when they were describing them. Dumb Donald was a character from So now they tell these guys, get back in the water and go catch one of these things. They called it a high. I can't even exactly pronounce it because it's Russian. Lhtiander. Highlander, which was in Russian folklore, half boy, half shark. So that's how they kind of describe these things. So the commanding officer says, get back in there, catch me one of these things. So now they sent them back down. Luckily enough, they're able to find them again. So now they see these things and they start trying to approach them, on the water. The Russian frogmen, they're military. They're good underwater. They feel like they could do this, and they try and get this net around one of them. And he has a little box that some kind of technology that as soon as they try to be aggressive towards them, he uses this box and it creates like a huge maelstrom of bubbles and blows these 7 divers right up to the top. Now, since you're down that far, if you don't decompress, you're in trouble. You're getting the bends. So, and they're almost instantly thrown back up to the surface. So of these 7 divers, it wasn't too smart of an idea to go try and capture one of these things. It didn't sound like they wanted to be captured, and they get thrown back up to the surface, and 3 of them hit the ice and die almost instantly. Now, so there's 4 left who are still alive, but they got the bends, and they have these decompression chambers there, and unfortunately, they had 2 of them, and one of them's broken. So they bring the guys into the decompression chambers. They could only fit 2 of them into the decompression chamber. So 2 are lying there, passing away, with decompression problems. 2 of them are in there, and they're still all messed up from it happening. So the way, and that's the end of the story. They were never seen again. However, the way that this came out was like our CIA documents that have become undisclosed. Well, there is no disclosure in Russia, so it was just leaked documents that came out about the Baikal swimmer incident. So there's really no way to know. This isn't like an official document like we're seeing with the CIA documents. We only know that this is a leak. So, and then the last thing that I'll mention about the incident would be there was also another weird incident that happened there called the Kamar Daban incident, which was kind of like a Dadalov Pass incident, which we did an episode on a while back. In 1993, 7 hikers were trekking around Lake Baikal when they were suddenly overcome with horrific symptoms. There was blood streaming from their eyes and noses. They were clutching their throats and then started bashing their heads against the rocks. Now, of the 7 people that were there, 6 of them it happened to. The 7th said, I don't know what's going on here, and booked it out of there. And she had to stay overnight without them because she couldn't get to safety fast enough. Once she got to safety, they had to go find where these people were. They found the bodies. They couldn't tell what happened to them. the story is, that they're unsure what if they could have come across a biological weapon. Now, going back to these pictures that you're showing, can you go back to? So this one right here, no, go that one. That one right there is a cave drawing that was found in northern Italy, which seems to be very similar to the description given. If you go through, there's other cave drawings that yeah, there you go. That again from northern Italy. I forgot the name of the lake in northern Italy. It's one of the other largest ones in the world.
Como?
Say again?
Como?
Yes. So that's where these drawings come from. So again, very interesting that these depict entities very similar. Now, I couldn't.
Maybe it could be Neolithic Etruscans at that time.
And I did read, as I'm watching videos about this, they said that they depicted a war between people on land and people who lived in the water. So again, I can't tell from the petroglyphs. I mean, they, but I could understand. Hey, they're holding something in their hand there. Looks like they have some kind of helmet on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mhm.
Those pointy things could be like jellyfish tendrils. Like how do you put tendrils, like how do you carve them in stone? So that's crazy.
Right. So they're carving that in stone. They must have been looking at something to make them think that. It doesn't look like a head of hair to me.
No.
Nope.
It looks like it. Yes. Some rando just said pointy things is a technical term. It is. It is a technical term because it looks like there are heads inside like a helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Or light. Somebody said it could be light. That could be how they depicted light coming out of the head.
Right. And of course, that's, again, one of the things that was the description of the Baikal swimmers was that there was some kind of phosphorescence coming from the helmet.
And what are they holding? They look like they're like the one guy looks like he's holding like a bow.
Group Anonymous. Group Anonymous. Jen wasn't being rude. That was his username is some rando. Group Anonymous is like, this is rude. Just some rando.
Wow. No.
No, that
was the person's username.
So during the incident that made the swimmers like pop up to the surface, they did describe that they had some kind of box in their hand. It's interesting to think. I don't know if they could have probably killed them down there. They might not have been trying to hurt these people who were trying to catch them. That might have just been a way to escape for themselves. Because again, if they have the technology to live down there, they probably could have just killed them down there if they really.
The guy on the left looks like a hippo is trying to bite him in the butt. Well, it does.
Okay, call the insane asylum. Tell them we need a translator and find out if they take Venmo.
Now, all this story, all said with this story, it also is, again, interesting that we brought up mermaids today. And a lot of the mermaid footage and descriptions are very similar to these, although these have legs rather than the fish's bottom.
That's crazy.
So now this is the most, when I put this one out, this was the most important of all the videos. Now these guys are scientists and this is real footage, so supposedly. And as they're down there,
what?
That happened.
NOAA biologist Dr. Paul Robertson.
What was that?
He was the lead geologist on a submarine crew that recorded on March 6th of this year The astonishing footage we just watched.
What was that?
So, because of this incident, Greenland shut down all of their oil mining.
We're going to show you that right now. Let's take a look.
Whoa.
So they'll show it again in detail here, and you can see a fin as well.
What?
Dr. Gaines thinks this is fake. DSDRN says that has to be fake. Of course it has to be fake because there's no such thing as MERV people. Whoa!
I'm sorry.
Dr. Robertson.
I mean, that guy looks literally terrified.
Can we play that back, please?
Well, Jen C. Tourday says, I swear it's real. It's there. It exists. I saw her hand.
Why don't we take both cameras, first and second sync, and let's roll them together. Can we do
So again, of all the footage that I put out there for you, and you can see I did put out a good amount of mermaid footage. This one was the most compelling because you got two real people coming forward who are scientists who were saying, look, we were down there. We don't know what it is. We just know it happened, you know.
People are saying that it's a mockumentary, but like, I don't know. If it's a mockumentary, those guys are pretty good.
Oh, we got both angles here. Could be. I'm trying to see if those images are identical, like they were copy pasted in After Effects or something. They don't look identical. What the hell is that?
Well, the chat's saying that this was created for a mockumentary.
Well, it's of course it's not real, but we want to see how it's done.
Another intelligence, another species.
Whoa!
Whoa! Face.
Whoa!
You know, and something else that needs to be pointed out is AJ does the research. I don't do the research. I just pull up the videos.
Mike D just said, were those Jen's hands? Har, har, har. Although, have you ever seen cats' paws, like Sphinx cat's paws, like hairless cat's paws? They look like that.
Yeah.
Cat's paws without fur on them are so frightening. Sorry, I was just throwing that in there.
Okay, I admit I'm a little lost here. Can someone help me out? I feel like I'm in a dream where I'm the only sane person, or is it a nightmare?
So what other MERV people videos did he put up?
So AJ, go to the one that's underneath where it says Greenland halted all drilling, because that one had a lot of different sightings that you could see. I have marked off on what time to, because it tried to give like a compilation of mermaid videos. Now some of them seem really badly fake, but some of them very interesting to look at.
And we're still dialing in our pre-production pipeline here. Right? We'll get these a little sooner.
Well,
all right, this is 20 mermaid sightings. All right, so you said at minute 1, you like?
They say that the tale of
Well, what was that? What the hell was I saw something? What?
A deformed seal.
Well, Semper Barta says these are all going to be Hecklefish's exes.
You're pretty funny for a human.
All right, so that's a fish. 405.
Wait, that's a fish? That's not a fish. If anything.
Yeah, that's a
fish. That one's just fake, I think.
405. Okay, that's
Dead mermaid.
All right, this is outtakes from Disney. That is not Halle Bailey. All right, that's definitely fake. 510.
No, that's
All right, that's
Kind of
definitely fake.
reverse.
And what's blurred out? We got the boobies, mer boobies.
I guess.
Your gut.
Zadro Orko thinks this is hot.
Yeah, it looks like it has multiple mer boobies. That is bizarre.
All right. I mean, the more the merrier. Dead mermaid found in river. But I okay. 7-11, 9-17. 9-17 is there. That looks like Daryl Hannah. All the oldies got the joke. All right, so I mean that looks pretty good. I mean, it's fake, but it looks good.
Yeah.
Tambola says it's fake. Hawk Chief goes with splash footage.
Yeah.
I got you.
Is that the one with Tom Hanks on an island?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Hanks and Daryl Hannah.
Yeah.
12:45. One of Tom Hanks' first ones. Wasn't that his first movie after Bachelor Party?
There was the man with the one red shoe.
That came later with James Belushi. That's a good one. All right, that looked pretty good. 17-17.
So the 17-17 one, I felt like was one of the best that we were seeing.
All right. This looks like Deadliest Catch. Fish on. Fish on. She got boobies.
Stop it.
Whoa. What?
Put it back in.
That one, it had the same hands as Greenland, didn't it?
It did.
Why did they have a camera on this?
That's funny.
Purposeful Porpoise says it's the same mer hand, and Purposeful Porpoise would know. All right, 1850. Ooh.
Ooh. Just sitting out there enjoying some sun.
Yep.
And it
Out
seemed
there sunning.
unbothered by being seen.
That's fake. I think I could see pixel drift there. Yeah, there's pixel drift.
Mm-hmm.
The pixel drift.
See, I thought it was just they set up some kind of fake thing out there to drum up, people to go on this cruise that people took it from.
1945. Okay, that's
creepy.
terrible. She hates her new blouse. It's a Merzilla.
Merzilla.
2030.
He's poking her.
What's happening there?
Don't poke the mermaid.
She get angry.
Under the sea.
So this one he didn't even realize till after, I think.
Marlin? Meaning the fish, not the Wayans brother. And
That would be hysterical if you went in really, really close up and it was Marlon Wayans. Like,
I'm in the water.
Into
Pass me a towel.
Oh, that was funny.
Uh, 2150s. This is the coming up on the last one. right, that's fake. Oh, here we go. All right, which one of these were real? Oh, excuse me.
I mean, look. I think there are beings that live under the sea that we don't know about.
So-
I kind of think that you know, the aliens that we see, that's where they come from. But
Oh, is it too soon for the
Yeah, we
GeoStorm?
should review one more. We should review the first link from there because it's a very interesting story. Very similar to the guy who saw the giants who wound up in a bad way.
We want audio for this or no?
Yes, because this is a guy who's out on the water and he hears these things. And they keep coming back to him at night after night while he's in the middle of the ocean.
We're chilling.
Chilling.
I hear it. I hear him. Where's she at? What the fuck is that noise, bro? What
I
is
mean,
that noise?
if you're on a boat in the middle of the ocean, you hear that.
Where are you?
I didn't see anything.
No, that's just the noise.
This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it.
Siren's Call.
Yeah, that's how Odysseus almost bought it.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I mean, it certainly is interesting because sirens, historically in the mythology, are making noises calling the sailors. Now, whatever is making this noise is something out there.
That's crazy. The government is legit here. Peep game, let's be sneaky.
So now, 2 days later, the government's there.
My pants are wet.
And again, this guy just seems like a fisherman. He doesn't.
Dry pants now. Let's check out these motherfuckers. You're gonna be out here doing testing. Testing what? What the fuck are you guys testing? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's weird.
We all know Source 90 has heard certain things out in the ocean, and then my TikTok gets banned, and then the government shows up my boat. It's too many fucking coincidences.
And then 2 days later, this is what happened to him.
Bless you.
Isn't it amazing what passes for a live stream these days? Boy, oh boy.
So he bought it?
So I don't know if he did or if that he made it through that accident. That was kind of unclear, but I think the thing that matters is he made these videos. Because he made these videos, his account gets suspended on social media. Then the government shows up. Then that happens, all within a 6-day period. It's just interesting because why would mermaid videos, siren videos that just play a sound be pulled down off of TikTok?
Oh.
Because if it's fake, what's the difference if it's on TikTok or not?
Right.
It's not like there was anything in those videos that would be against the terms of service of a social media company. I mean, he's just running around looking for fish.
I hear him. Where's she at? What the fuck is that noise, bro? What is that noise?
It's terrifying. You guys hear it?
Where are you?
Purposeful Porpoise said it's because siren music is mer copyrighted.
This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's nuts.
He's still going. I mean, even in the ocean, these women won't shut up. So
Comedy.
Oh, that's crazy. That's weird.
Chance maybe says Taylor Swift of the sea.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird. But there's so much stuff in the ocean that we've never even seen. I was showing you, AJ, like those pictures of those lion's mane jellyfish that are like 3 times the size of a person. They're terrifying. And when I was in the Bahamas, I saw a manta ray that was 23 feet across from tip of one wing to tip of another wing.
Whoa.
It was like, there was like an underground tunnel that you could walk through, and it swam over, and it was like a house swimming over the tunnel. It was insane. So, I mean, who knows what all is down there?
Henry Hudson, who discovered,
The measure 120.
the Hudson Bay and the Hudson River, had a sighting. Of course, I don't remember the year, but that he was convinced, and he was a experienced sailor and explorer. He would know, he should know the difference between a seal and a mermaid.
Look at that. That's crazy.
That's huge.
So
Did you get it?
Who knows what's down there?
All right. So does that conclude Gino's story hour?
Sure does.
All right. There he goes.
Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go? Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go? Jet set and betting at the regular scenes. Worldwide travel fiend with the green. Jack carries the bone who bears. Big bushes change smell. Follow the air. Hey, hippity doppity doppity doo. Where's Gino? Yeah, that's who. And yeah, it's true, cause that's a dude. He cares a fuck. He brings around them pops and the souls up.
All right. Maybe I'll do a few super chats, and then I guess we're gonna wrap her up.
Then we wrap her up.
All right, there they go. There is Typophenia Tippa for $20. Love Operation Mincemeat. So thank you for covering. Well, thank you for the nice words. David Liss is here. We didn't get to it last week. Please tell us more about the Net Geo video of the orbs. Oh, we covered that. There's Mike and Murph for $5.
Booyah! That's the stuff.
We need an effing fisherman mug. Oh, that's right. He did say that. I forgot about that. He doesn't like those. David's back. David Grush was chief of intelligence for 3rd Space Experimentation Squadron, what is now called Space Force. No way he's lying. He can't just divulge everything because a lot is classified. That's true, David. But remember, everything that he's saying has been cleared by the Pentagon. So feels like a psyop. Could be wrong. Shirag T, thank you for the 550 Canadian. AJ and Wi-Fi's crew, love your show. Can you please give a shout out to my niece, Kieran? I got her into the Wi-Fi's. Now her whole family watches. Hey, Kieran. You owe Shirag about $5. John Hobart, thank you for the $9.99. Didn't watch tonight because it's my mom's birthday. Mom loves you too. But I watched on Patreon already. Awesome as usual. Just had to stop by and say hi. You handsome bastard. Thanks, John Hobart. I'm married, but I appreciate it. And hi to Mom. Happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday. There's Paul. Thank you for the $10.
And Yahtzee! Thanks for supporting the channel, human.
Thanks to everyone who's super chatting, by the way. It really helps. If you want to support the channel and get stuff, you can go to shop.thewifiles.com. You can grab yourself some t-shirts, mugs, Hecklefish stickers are a big hit. I don't think there's any Mr. Naughty marital aids up there yet, but we're working on that, and we've got some surprises in the store coming soon. Or you can support with Patreon. $3 a month is the bottom tier, and it helps keep us going and gives you some perks, like sort of some intimate live streams that we do on Thursday evenings and Friday mornings. If you'd like to support the channel, we do appreciate that. Oh, got to get Paul's comment regarding the FCC fines. Did you hear how in the UK they illegally shut down the AM transmitters because it was cheaper to pay the fines than keep running the transmitters? I did not hear that. But, you know, energy prices, we got to get that 0 point going. Sean D, $10. Idea. Wi-Fi's t-shirt signed by everyone on the Wi-Fi's team. That's a good idea. We can get that.
That's a good idea.
You were making that that blow up doll face. Just disapproving shakes. 2 disapproving shakes and 1 thumbs up. Allie Wild Goose, 10 pounds. Any plans to do a Pentrick UFO video? I don't know. That's an interesting. I don't think I know that one. But here's Mike and Murph for $50. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Human, I want you to know I said human. Thank you for all the dough tipping, as I'm sure you will find. Always is a good time. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's fun to tip the FISH. It's fun to tip the FISH.
Oh my goodness. That's a little bit of a hot mess in the boxes there. A theory on UFOs, they're alien mining drones, as a whistleblower suggested, mining for gold and other precious materials, but not for their benefit. It's for those in the government who they've made a deal with. Financial gain is reason for cover-up. I kind of like where Mike is going there with that. That's interesting because, you know, the whistleblowers are saying they're mining gold, but it'd be way easier to mine gold on asteroids without any... Victoria agrees. So why do it here? Well, a good reason to do it here is because you could just pass it on to the people. You can just bribe the ISG to keep this stuff quiet. Right?
Right.
All right. She says right. There she goes. There she goes. Thanks, Mike and Murphy. I appreciate that. Paul's back. I love that Jen was on Boston Legal because to me, Shatner will always be Denny Crane.
This live stream is so unprofessional. Really, what are you even doing?
Do you have any William Shatner anecdotes from your time on set, as they say in the business?
No, unfortunately, I did not get to meet him.
All right. Well, we appreciate the anecdote.
My scenes weren't with him.
Oh. No. Did you have any scenes with anyone famous?
Yeah, Julie Bowen and Parker Posey.
And Parker Posey, is she like just a rock solid, stable personality as she appears to be?
She is a wackadoo.
She's a wackadoo?
Yes. Yes. But she was nice, but she's a wackadoo.
All right. What episode are you on? Everyone can go watch it tonight.
I don't remember what it's called.
All right. Well, there she goes. Always with good information. Mike Robinson, $9.99. Recent Wi-Fi's disciple. Welcome to the cult. Any chance you can help a brother catch up and give me a Mr. Naughty origin story? Thank you. It's just there's not really much to say. It's this little giraffe-shaped object. You put the batteries down in there. You hit the button, it vibrates, and then whatever happens, happens. And it's none of my business. The Dude 87's back. Hey, AJ, with all this UFO stuff coming out within recent weeks, do you think now the government will officially announce that we have something in our possession? I do not, the Dude. Because like I was talking about before with Stephen Greer, I don't think it's the government. I think it's the ISG, the shadow government. And I don't think they want any of this to come out. We've got, hang on, we get everything teed up because there's Danny W for $49.99.
Can't you see me swimming here? I got guppy payments up the wazoo. I just don't know what to do. I need a lawyer or two. Oh, human, please tip. Tip. Go ahead and tip. I need you to tip. Tip. Human, please tip. Whoa, whoa, who said that?
You guys are my favorite channel, Heart. I truly love you guys, especially my handsome Hecklefish. Just ordered my Hecklefish zippered hoodie. Can't wait, says Donnie W. Thanks for ordering that. Oh, there's one. I have one of those too. They're nice. They're comfy. Where can you get those? Shop@thewifehouse.com?
Yes.
Can.
And they're not that expensive because I set the pricing on there. If Victoria did it,
Right.
they'd be like $115.
Right.
But I kept the prices down there. All right, there they go. There goes the team. I used to think the simulation theory was ridiculous, says Paul F. for $10, but after hearing your take, I'm now convinced it is real. So what do I do with this information now? Nothing, Paul, because whether it may not be an organic true reality, but it's still your reality. So just live your life, be safe, be kind. Keith Eichley's there for $10. Appreciate the support, Keith.
Boom shakalaka. Thank you for the tip.
Loved it. Great storytelling. We're in Louisville for PopCon right now. Tasha says, hello. Hey, Tasha. Still watch from the hotel. Also, where do I send pictures in the Y-Files merch? Be safe, be kind. Oh, that's an excellent question. I'm going to show you. Let's go to the yfiles.com. Yep, there it is. Don't look at my autocomplete. That's none of your concern. And, all right, so, oh, pardon me. That's unprofessional. So you go to shop@thewifehouse.com, right? You buy a t-shirt, something to support the channel, which we appreciate. Then you go to thewifehouse.com, then click TWF in the wild. And then we post it up on our wall of love here. I mean, look, can you even stand it?
I can't even take it.
Can't even take it. And so you just send it through with this submit your pick here.
Love it.
And all these pictures that you send in, these are at the end of the episode. So you're in the credits. Oh my goodness.
I love that.
Oh my goodness. Gangsta face, Cam Greenfoot with a gangsta face.
Yep.
Love it.
Right. And there's the boyfriend going, honey, please don't do that face again. Like, really stop with that face. Even Beelzebub, the Dark Lord, Satan himself, enjoying a lizard people beverage.
Nice.
It's amazing to see all of these. It really, really is.
So cool. There's Jen.
Yeah, that was me.
I don't see Victoria's up there. That's not Donald Trump Jr., by the way. That's someone else. But I'm pretty sure Don watches the show. A little Captain Morgan pose. Got the beard. That's a modern day pirate.
That's great.
There's a bear behind you.
It's me.
All right, Keith. I appreciate it. That's how you do it. TheWaffles.com. Fizzgig for $2 asks, what do you call a time traveling cow? Dr. Moo.
Ow, my spleen. Oh, you're going to rupture my spleen.
All right, don't rupture his spleen. That makes the bowl messy. Thomas Nunning for $19.99 wants a shout out to Kitty and Tom.
Kitty and Tom.
Tom,
Kitty is drinking Wisconsin bourbon from a Hecklefish mug. And Tom, appreciates your hard work. Please keep on this path. We're going to try. I never heard of Wisconsin. I didn't know Wisconsin was known for their bourbons. They're the cheese state, right?
Mm-hmm.
and also lesser known, they're also known as the lactose fart state, but they don't really talk about that. Appreciate that, Thomas. Rune Lady is there for $10. I don't know if we could block her, but we're going to try. Dear Alcoa, advertise Reynolds Wrap on the Y-Files. Guaranteed increase in sales.
You're pretty funny for a human.
And there she goes. Stingray 1975 for $10. Great subject. I read the book and saw the movie, The Man Who Never Was. Yep. And that book was written by Ewan Montague, who's from Operation Mincemeat. He wrote the book, The Man Who Never Was. He was actually in the movie. He had a bit part. I believe he played an admiral in the movie, maybe Admiral Godfrey. Carson Deem is there, 1999.
That's what I'm talking about.
Where do polar bears keep their money? In a snowbank.
But I'm dumb.
What do you have there? It looks like a bear.
It's our kitty. He's sleepy.
Hey, put him down. He hates it. There he goes.
He's sleepy.
There's Patrick Duncan. As always, great episode. Put me down for one Corpse Guy mug.
Okay, I'll put him down.
Can do. And what? There's Fox Base Delta, 200 pounds.
I know it sounds fishy, but I just can't stand the pond. Human, I'm leaving here tomorrow.
Do 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 do.
It seems to me I'm headed for bigger things. But I got bad credit, so banks won't let me borrow. No. That's why I'm begging. Begging for you to tip me. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right. That went on for a while. Are there any sensitive minds out there? Asks the fellow traveler. Devin Sughart for 1999. Have you thought about doing a video on Robert Monroe and the Monroe Institute? I have. I am in touch with the Monroe Institute as we speak. Trying to get some free stuff for you guys. That's what I'm working on. Freebies. But yeah, Monroe Institute. If you're not familiar, it's really explorations of the mind, learning astral projection, how to project your consciousness into the ether, to learn about I don't know what they call it. I want to call it the Great Link, but that's from Deep Space Nine. It's not the Great Link, right? They're not the founders, but it's like that. It's the consciousness that's below everything. Oh my goodness, we're going overtime here. So let's just go to Kiki JD asking for a Hecklefish song that she can dance to. Kick it with a little Rare Earth. One 102.3 WBV, Long Island's home of rock and roll. Rare Earth coming at you right now.
I just want to celebrate another day of swimming. I just want to celebrate another super chat. Put my faith in you humans, and you humans let me down. Then you give me a shekel and it turns my heckle frown upside down. I just want to celebrate, yeah. Another day of swimming.
Nice.
I mean, Rare, that's a jam. I mean, not his version. The original one's a jam.
I like
Gino
your
knows that
intro.
one, but the girls don't know. I don't think the girls know Rare Earth.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
I know that song.
Yeah, song.
Sir Dr. Prophet, love the videos. Keep doing what y'all are doing from an Arizona native. All right, I love Arizona. And there's Crook 619 for $100.
Yo, yo, loo la la, yo. Fish really need some money. I need to buy some stuff. Fish really need some money. YouTube don't pay enough. Fish really need some money. So click the super chat. Like that.
Love the show. Please keep it going. Sending love from San Diego. Wi-Fi's for life.
Woo!
Bialy Orzel. 777. What's happening in that avatar there? Is a raccoon has captured a baby and is dragging the baby off to its lair to devour it. From the
No.
and when raccoons eat babies, they eat them. They start at the anus and they work their way through.
Oh
That's
my
how
God.
babies are eaten in the wild. That's just nature.
Thanks.
That's just nature.
Can someone open Google Maps, please? I got lost and ended up in Wacky Town.
It's a kitten.
What?
He's holding a kitten.
He killed that kitten, huh? What? Corey Roselle, the siren sounds for really.
You
Shark.
didn't read this.
Shark.
You didn't read the super chat. You just talked about the avatar.
Oh, hey, Wi-Fi's team. I saw friendly red eyes, black rubbing against me creature. You think it's a shadow people saying hello. Anyway, year later, I was in ICU, fight for life, answer please opinion. Go ahead.
I'm sorry that happened to you, that you were in the ICU fighting for life.
Oh, there she goes. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right. All right. I'm trying to get to everybody before we call her a night. We got to say hi to 4x4 Pup for sure. Appreciate this. Really appreciate all the tips, guys. It really, really, really helps. The audit for $50.
I'm a goldfish. In a steel bowl I swim. I wanted a tip. I wanted a tip.
Yeah, you wanted a tip. We appreciate the tips. Just wanted to drop in to say, loves the channel and someone who does research regularly. I know how time consuming it can be. It is. Keep it up, brother. Cheers. Thanks, Audit the Audit. Audit the Audit. I appreciate that. Mono Mega. Oh, sorry. That's
So unprofessional. This isn't a live stream. This is a circus.
that one hurt. Give a big shout out to my friend Vasilis. I feel like I'm trying to get punked here. Jen, you better read it just in case, because it sounds like it could be a dick for.
I'm not saying any of that out loud because I know when I read it in my head, it sounds fine. But as soon as I say it out loud, it's going to sound ridiculous, maybe. And
Well, let's hear it.
Vasilis from Aegina Island. It sounds fine.
Then say it.
No, you say it.
My friend, it looks like Vagisil from Vagina Island. That's what I was worried about.
Vasilis C from Aegina Island. Aegina Island. Aegina Island.
So it's not what I said.
No. No.
Berserker Huff for just wants to know.
Oh, thank you for stuffing the old tip jar, human.
Can we get a Hollow Earth episode?
On its way.
Is that coming?
It is. It's his.
$100 from, how do you say that name?
Backing Stacks.
Backing Stacks.
That's how you say it?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
Sounds like
There's
a
Dr.
Boston
Nan Fran for $99.99. Oh, yeah. Get the ladies on the dance floor.
They see me swimming in my waist. Send me money cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come sniff my bowl, it's dirty. My poop is nasty. It's floating. Please tip me cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come sniff my bowl, it's dirty.
Public service announcement. If you kiss the Blarney Stone, you get the gift of Gab. If you order a super comfy Wi-Fi shirt or hoodie, you get the gift of looking fab.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I love that.
Blossom 1999.
Hey, pretty smart for a human. I'm getting killed on alimony and guppy support payments over here.
I don't know how he did that. We are big Wi-Fi fans. Thanks for covering interesting and unusual topics. We definitely have secret projects, and as space is huge, it's a stretch. We are the only highly developed beings, so we try to be open where and when possible. Nicely said, Blossom. I agree 100%. 100%. W. Ramsey for $10. As far as the dumbs go, is the deep underground military bases to address the lack of removed materials. What if they're using already formed natural caverns underneath the surface of the earth? Yeah, that could be. And there's a whistleblower who said that mining is done. They just kind of dematerialize the rock. So it sublimates.
Well, there's definitely that shelf in Malibu that you could see from Google Earth that looks like they could just get submergibles right into.
Yep.
Look into it.
Casey Gates for $50.
Ooh, yeah, baby, slip that in my G-string.
This stream is balls out on your 6 Semper Fortis. There you go. Always strong. Acquainted Apple for $99.99. Wow. Nothing? All right. Do you think Bob Lazar's story has merit? I think it has merit. I don't know about all of it, but I think it has merit. Gino, you're a believer in Lazar's story?
I am. I mean, the being able to talk about element 114 is, he wasn't a scientist. He was an engineer. That alone is kind of puts me over the edge.
Yeah. And it's, I'm not a huge fan of his story, but the more whistleblowers come out, pardon me, the more that his story seems to get corroborated, like element 115 and all that stuff. But we're at 4:12. That's a little overtime for what I wanted to do. Coming up coming up at 11 o'clock. So I think it's time to say goodnight. If I didn't get to your super chats, I apologize, but I really do appreciate the support. We couldn't do this without your support. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks to Gino Story Hour. There he is. Peace out. There he goes. Thanks, Victoria. If you won from the contest, hit her up on Discord. And even if you didn't win, check out Discord. It's a lot of fun. It's free. It's a great community. Here's Victoria. Thanks for helping out. There she goes. And there's Jennifer.
Thank you. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you for all the super chats.
Can you do a dating game goodbye? Perfect. There she goes. And thanks, Acquainted Apple. And thanks to everyone else in the chat. And thanks for hanging out tonight. If we want, next week, we can get into DC Long, Eric Hecker, the South Pole, Raytheon. There's still more to talk about on that, but I gave you the broad strokes. So if you want to hear about that next week, just email me. Let me know in the comments. We read all that stuff. And again, I appreciate you. And I'll see you next week. And Hecklefish will see you out.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I swam down each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all, it's all so amusing to think I did all that. And may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a fish? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words the water kneels. Our record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the Y-Files house band. You guys sounded great tonight. And take care of those waitresses, will you? All right. Everybody get home safe. This is Hecklefish. And you know what? I did it my